If you want a thing bad enough to go out and fight for it, to work day and night for it, to give up your time, your peace, and sleep for it. If all that you dream and scheme is about it, and life seems useless and worthless without it. And if you gladly sweat for it and fret for it and plan for it, and lose all your terror of the opposition for it, and if you simply go after that thing that you want with all of your capacity, strength and sagacity, faith, hope, and confidence, and stern pertinacity, you have greatness in you. If neither cold poverty, famine should go, sickness or pain of body and brain can keep you away from the thing that you want. If dogged and grim you besiege and beset it, with the help of God you'll get it. You have greatness in you. You gotta be hungry. People that want to step into their greatness are hungry. You gotta be hungry. You have greatness in you. You gotta be hungry. You have greatness in you. What is your legacy? What will your statement be? Resolve every day, read it every day. I refuse to die an unlived life. I like to leave this with you. That Mama used to love to hear me say. She said, boy, say that thing for me, and I dedicate this to you, to the greatness that's within you, because it's there. The people that want to step into their greatness are hungry. You gotta be hungry. If you want a thing bad enough to go out and fight for it, to work day and night for it, to give up your time, your peace, and sleep for it. If all that you dream and scheme is about it, and life seems useless and worthless without it, and if you gladly sweat for it and fret for it and plan for it, and lose all your terror of the opposition for it, and if you simply go after that thing that you want with all of your capacity, strength and sagacity, faith, hope, and confidence, and stern pertinacity, you have greatness in you. If neither cold poverty, famine should go, sickness or pain of body and brain can keep you away from the thing that you want. If dogged and grim you besiege and beset it, with the help of God you'll get it. You have greatness in you. You gotta be hungry. You have greatness in you. You gotta be hungry. You have greatness in you. You gotta be hungry. You have greatness in you. You gotta be hungry. You have greatness in you. You have to watch who's speaking into you. You've got to begin to monitor your mind. And you've got to begin to literally be proactive in programming yourself to success. Be ye not conformed to this world. Be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. You've got to take responsibility to make that happen. And as you begin to do that, you'll begin to see some incredible changes. I understand now when Earl Nightingale said, all of us are self-made, but only the successful will admit it. As you begin to look at your dreams and look at your goals, write this down. Make know you're a vitamin. See, most people stop short of their dreams and park and get off the highway of life because of the rejections of life. You will always be rejected. It's no big deal. Jack Canfield said rejection is a myth. It's not like when somebody says no and then they slap you. Rejection is a myth. Make know your vitamin. Get excited about the no. Why? Because every time someone says no, that brings you another step to a yes. You're getting closer. Trust me, you will win if you don't quit. Don't quit. You will win if you don't quit. Even a broke clock is right twice a day. Don't quit. The other thing is, as you look at yourself and look at your goals and look at your dreams, assess yourself. What are your strengths? What are your weaknesses? What do you bring to the table? When I looked at becoming a motivational speaker, I looked at all the speakers and I noticed that they were pretty much scripted. So I said, what is it that can make me stand out? I don't have any college education. I don't have any credentials. I never worked for a major corporation. What is it I can do to offset my weaknesses? And then somebody said, well, Les, And this is very important. Mr. Washington, Mr. Brown, yes, sir. What do you want to do with your life? I want to become successful. Good. He said, you must be willing to do the things today others won't do in order to have the things tomorrow others won't have. That's why you said you have something special. See, very few people go to seminars and workshops. They'll go to a concert, showing up to get something that can expand their minds and help them to begin to see their lives differently, to give them a larger vision of themselves. They'll be too busy, or they say, well, how much does it cost? Well, information costs, but it pays for itself. Do the things today others won't do in order to have the things tomorrow others won't have. So
Yo, what's up, everybody? This is Terrence Shutter. We got a request. This is going out to Chaz.
This is a subscriber, this guy right here.
I need to give you what you need, Chaz. This is Charlie Morton's The Crave.
I want to feature some subscribers stuff on I was an early subscriber. What's up, Keyshawn Jones? That was an early subscriber. Oops.
Everyone.
Now this guy is an early subscriber as well, and I actually really like this song. I kind of use it as an intro to the show sometimes. That he's an early subscriber, does keyboard, guitar, and other stuff. Probably heard me play this before, but I particularly like this one. I think it's kind of cool. Yeah, I like this song. I thought it's pretty cool. I put it on here a few times. So we will also watch periodically through this. I'm going to feature some other people's work like that. We have some really cool drawings that came in. And other stuff like that. So I'm going to incorporate that as we go. This one's called Cheating Wife Shoots Up New Year's Party to Hide an Affair.
Day in Clear Creek Township, Ohio, where a twisted love triangle gone
I don't really
wrong
have a show
has
topic for
allegedly
tonight.
caught
We're
one
just going to kind
innocent
of hang out.
bystander in its crosshairs.
Like I said, I'm going to feature other people's music and things like that too.
Who's hit?
He's laying on the ground right here. Somebody pulled up and shot right through the. He was sitting right here fucking chair. He's literally laying there bleeding. Oh.
Hey, you alright?
No, I didn't. I'm scared to send my door.
Inside,
Wow.
police find a 29-year-old man shot in the abdomen area.
I know, bro.
13, send medics in. Shot in the stomach. Do you guys have any idea who it could be? Why?
The police are helping. Please, bro, please.
Medics are here, man. Medics are here.
The man was rushed to a hospital while officers on scene try to figure out what exactly happened here.
I heard one bullet.
Why do you think your ex did
It
this?
literally happened it literally happened we both caught onto it.
Caught on to what?
3 years.
So yeah, my wife, I've been with her since 9/16/13. She found out that me
I've been
and
with her
her
for
current
3 years.
boyfriend were hanging out tonight. We went to the bar.
She's pissed.
We came back here, decided to drink some drinks together. And
Well, that's
she's apparently been waiting at my mom's house for me to come home. And
She
never
just
came
left
home. I
recently.
touched my hair up with him and just been hanging out with her or with him instead of her. And then apparently she left my mom's. And
You heard that right. Witnesses point the finger at 28-year-old Olivia Clendenin, an Ohio dance instructor who two party goers claim to be in a
dance instructor. That means a 304.
relationship with. Both men, described as a husband and boyfriend to Olivia, said they decided to spend the new year together after learning about the other, allegedly leading to the shooting that left a third man fighting for his life.
We had a
Some guy that wasn't even involved in it got a gut shot.
drive-by shooting on the road. Yeah. We got one head to the hospital. Hang on a second.
Like at 13, people living out of like traffic crash advising that the Olivia subject is who they are out with. She's claiming to be the only one in the vehicle. However, the passenger door was open and there is a second cell phone on the floorboard. They've not touched anything in the car.
Yeah, I heard all this. Why do we have to repeat it? I believe that's going to be our subject, so just have them detained and hold for now. Drive-by shooting on this road. Guy sit on the front porch and takes one in the stomach, and she drives off and crashes her Jeep. So it sounds like we have a possible suspect in custody right now.
Over the radio, officers learned that Olivia was taken into custody after she was allegedly involved in a nearby drunk driving crash. Hours later, after being cleared by medics, we catch up with Olivia, now seated in an investigation room.
You're going to try to lie about this.
Ask you first of all, do you know why you're here? You don't have a clue.
I mean, I was in an accident and they did blood work and I got an OBI at the hospital.
Okay, but beyond that, you have no clue.
No,
Okay,
no, just the wreck and stuff.
okay. Was anybody in the car with you?
No,
Nobody was in the car.
no.
What happened when you got out of the
Me.
car?
The neighbor that I wrecked into, like the house,
Okay.
or not in the house, but near the house, she had got out, made sure I was okay. I was trying to find my phone so I could call.
So this woman shot through the doorway. Her ex-boyfriend was, hanging out with another. I don't know if they were gay or just friends hanging out at a New Year's party. And she shot through the door and shot some guy who wasn't even involved right in the gut. Then she got pulled over for DUI.
My mom, she was calling the cops,
Try to lie
and
about
then
it.
the cops showed up, and then the ambulance showed up, and then that was about it at that scene.
Okay. Do you know? How do you know them? Mm-hmm.
That's my husband.
My bad. I didn't realize I was muted. This woman shot through a doorway at her ex-boyfriend's house or friend's house. They were hanging out together, just chilling. And she shot right through the door and hit some guy who wasn't even involved right in the gut, almost killed him, then got pulled over for DUI. Now they're in here questioning about it. She's going to try to play dumb for this.
Is my ex-boyfriend.
How long you been seeing him?
Met him back in summer of 2022.
Okay. When's the last time you saw him?
Yesterday morning.
Where'd you see him at?
I took him home.
From where?
Me and him were going to go see Christmas lights in Middletown.
Okay. When's the last time you saw your husband?
Last night at around maybe 7, 8 p.m. He came by my house, my parents' home. We're legally married, but we're separated.
What time did you go to the Christmas lights?
Well, we were going to go right at 6.
Okay.
And so about the evening of the day, but we got in a huge fight,
Okay.
really bad fight. So I took him home.
This was last night.
Mm-hmm.
Did you drive or he drive?
He drove.
Okay.
He was driving.
What was you fighting over?
His friends,
Why was you fighting over them?
because they don't like me and they don't want me involved with him because we have issues. We fight a lot. We don't get along a lot. So they're going to do what it takes to try to split us up. So they called me and said that I was going to dinner with my husband over the weekend.
Did you go to their one?
I did, yes. But me and Corey have been split up for 3 weeks, but we were trying to work things out, trying to see if we could make it work. And, me be with him, get divorced with him. And we were together one day and didn't even go well.
Okay. Were them two friends?
No,
When did they become friends?
yesterday. They all kind of just started bullying me, manipulating me, treating me bad. And then they wanted to be friends and then go out and party and harass me, send me pictures of them out partying, telling me they're doing cocaine and all kinds of crazy stuff. And I just couldn't take it. So I said, then you guys need to both block my number.
That pissed you off.
It upset me. It hurt my feelings.
How
that they were
much
hanging out.
back and forth were you guys doing?
Not much. They just kind of, picking at me oh, we're doing this now. And I was just like, okay. I was with my family. I was like, okay. I'm like, just block my number because I don't want to hear about it. I don't care. Have fun. I kept telling them both, have fun. I said, you both hate each other. Maybe you guys can be good friends. Good job. Move on. Leave me alone. I kept telling them both. Leave me alone.
Olivia says her husband and alleged lover became friends to spite her. But back at the scene, the men have a different story to tell.
I'm sorry, what, your ex and what now?
It's my ex-wife, current wife, whatever you want to call it. We haven't been together, we've been separated.
Okay.
And it was his girlfriend for the last 3 years.
So you think there's two girls together?
No, it's one girl.
We found out tonight.
We just came together tonight. We put all of our beef aside and decided it wasn't worth it anymore.
We found out a lot of stuff tonight.
Okay, how'd she know that you guys?
And throughout this show, I'm going to be incorporating
here tonight.
other music that subscribers have made, some art that they've made, drawings,
So why
things like
the
this. as
extreme
well.
violence? Is she mad?
Oh, she's pissed.
About what? About what? Why? I mean, I feel like you guys.
Maybe that me and him are hanging out and friends because that
doesn't-
ends off.
She wanted us to fight.
Yeah, she's never really cut me off. We've still talked. She's been part of my life and helped me. And she's been with me.
I'm sorry, guys. It just doesn't make sense that because you guys are hanging out, you get shot at by an ex.
Well, then make it make more sense.
Her
to you.
mom.
That's the mom.
Sunday
She's
night,
like,
she was with me. Monday night, she was with me. That makes more sense.
and we
She was
put two
trying
together and
to
figured it out.
keep it going where she played me and him, and she found out that we know about it. So to me, I think maybe it's that she can't two-time me and him no more.
So
maybe she's upset.
who's your buddy here?
That-
Okay, why is he here then?
He was just sitting out front smoking.
I drove, was with my family, my brother and his girlfriend. I went to my husband's mother, my mother-in-law.
Okay.
And
How long was you there?
Probably like,
That's a cop you don't want. This cop is one cop you don't want to fuck with.
I'm not sure exactly what time I got there, maybe around 12 or 1. And I was there till like 5 a.m., 6 a.m. Me and her were together. I was just talking to her, trying to explain to her, like, I don't have nobody. Like, I don't know who else to turn to. My friends hate me because of the men I choose. And I'm like, the men I choose, we're not getting along. So like, I have nobody. So I went over to her house to talk to her
Where was you coming from when you crashed the car?
because I knew my husband was hanging out with my ex-boyfriend
Where at?
my ex-boyfriend's house in Springboro. And I
They're allowed to be friends. They probably bond over what a psycho bitch you were, and they were right.
literally just left my mother-in-law's home.
Okay.
And I just wanted to drive by the top of the hill just to see.
Because she's a woman, but she also got busted for DUI. You can see crutches kind of in the corner. So she was drunk, shot up the ex-boyfriend's house or ex-husband's house, then drove off and got busted for DUI. So it's probably in the middle of the night. She can't have one. But she's trying to play dumb like that, like she didn't shoot the house, but she gut shot at a guy.
My husband was still there before I went home. I didn't see his car, kept on going. And I tried to call him. He wasn't answering. And I kept telling him, please call me.
She
Please
thinks
talk
she
to me.
can just
He would
lie
not
her
talk
way
to
out
me.
of it.
And I was just in a rage. I was ready to get home. And that's when I ran into that guardrail.
What was you in a rage about?
He won't talk to me. My husband.
Did you call him when you got in the crash?
Yeah, I did. Because I tried to call him beforehand multiple times. He wouldn't answer. But then he picks up after. And I'm like, I just wrecked my car
Oh,
because of you.
thank you, New Door.
Where are
Red
you
Door.
at?
But you knew where he was at.
Speaking of Red Door, because I wanted to showcase some other art and things that people have made on the show. I did some music at the beginning, but this is something that Red Door made for me right here. She made this dream catcher for me probably 6 months or so ago, and she put a lot of work into it. I believe this is a duck feather. So she put a lot of effort into this. Didn't ask any money or anything from me. I said, hey, I can pay you or trade you something. So I want to show off some stuff that subscribers have done too here. So this is really cool. It's right above my bed. This is not from a subscriber, but I thought it was a pretty cool pencil drawing. And then I have, these two together above my bed. So thanks to Red Door. That was really cool. I think a lot of the native views, this is like an Inuit drawing here. And I think a lot of the native views, and she told me a little bit about their version of what they call a creator, which is called Walkin' Tonkin. So she was really able to give me some cool insight on that. So I want to show some of that. Yeah, and this is like legit. This is like a legit. This isn't like some hippie girl has one. Yeah, that was really cool. Also, Two, there is from another. I don't know why this is messing up here. This is from another user, Yorgi from Greece. Ooh, this is a new one he sent too. I haven't even seen this one myself. So he's been drawing these. Camacho 2024. He's from Greece. He's been drawing a lot of cool drawings, and he's going to actually try to make use these. We might use these as like badges and stuff incorporated in the show, and he might do some type of playing cards. So he just sent me that one like right now, or I just had that one, but he sent a lot more of them as well. I don't know why it's not showing them to me. Hang on a second. Of course, when I go to show someone else, it's not. Yeah, this is another one too. So see how this is like a playing card? We might make some type of playing card thing, but he drew these out. I think he was trying to make this be a 500 subscriber special, but we've really been going far beyond it. But she's holding a crack pipe, and says BJ Queen butterfly tattoo on the chest with a dog in her hand. Here's a few more that he's made, and I think these are what he's going to use as playing cards. Again, this was all his idea. So Nag, it's a B-dub. Chad Solo, Poisoned Ivy, ex-Princess Leia, It's Time, a clock with like two cops. Some of these are also kind of related to AJ's show. The Asteroid, like Send the Asteroid, Girl Math, Johnny Friendship, Florence Addie, like Florence Nightingale, but Florence Addie Gale, like Adderall, nice. Video game, Drome, Body Horror, George the Toolman the Third, Kevin Samuel. See how he's like a saint here? So we could do, let me see if I can get even a little closer. I want to incorporate things that other subscribers have sent in too. Snowboarders, Congregation, Proud Member, Dear Joe, Greetings from Greece. And the last letter advised you to chill out with the Gnostic stuff. I hope you don't misunderstand my intention. The reason I was speaking with the zeal of a neophyte, a newly enlightened, can be dangerous, especially in public. It happens to me all the time, so be careful. Maybe an Arabics is waiting. I'm not quite sure what that means. Again, this guy's from Greece. He's up late at night watching these. That said, I have this idea for your badges: a snowboarder's woodpecker for the new entry level, and an inner circle beaver that is building a dam against the flood. A tick defender for thinking militia. So these are really cool. Yeah, so we might use some of these as like badges. Woodpecker on a snowboard with mushrooms down here. Building that dam for the militia. Inner beaver inner circle. Tick defender. So these have been really cool. So and we're gonna keep incorporating some music. Yeah, she harvested all this herself and was asking me questions about it and stuff. This is not just like I went to some like beachside little store and bought it. So props to her for that. And I do respect the Native American culture a lot. So like maybe you might hear me joke about it a little bit now and then, but I actually do. I like the Native American culture because to me, it somewhat resonates a lot because you can just kind of go out in nature and find God that way, find that there's a creator and whatnot. You can just go out on a kayak or something like that and just kind of sit there. And you don't need a book to tell you that there's God. You don't need some guy to tell you. You don't need to read a Bible. You don't even need to know how to read. You're going to be able to kind of figure it out on your own. So I kind of like that mindset, and that's why I was asking her a lot of questions about it. So again, thanks for being here, guys. And I'm going to put up in the beginning, I put up some other subscriber created music, and we'll include some from Evil Eddie and stuff too.
All right.
Yeah, no, his car wasn't there.
Oh, okay.
I drove, just kind of drove by it, just see if he was still there, being with him, whatever, and he wasn't. So I was like, whatever. And I kept trying to call him, see where he was, see what he answered. I wrecked my car, my mother's car, and then I called him again. He finally picks up, and I'm like, where are you?
Where do you say he was at?
And he didn't answer me. And I'm like, Zach, I just got in a wreck. Like, I could be hurt. And he didn't care. I was like, whatever. So I hung up on him.
So you were in a
You didn't
rage.
care that you gut shot at
Yeah,
somebody.
yeah, because my ex-boyfriend and my husband, who
You
were
pissed at both of them.
were separated or together hanging out, bullying me, but they hate each other. It wasn't fair to me, and I tried to tell them both that. Leave me alone. And neither one would do that.
Now, Olivia describes a tumultuous few days leading up to the shooting when she says her husband refused to talk to her while she was also at odds with her other alleged lover. Back at the scene, the men and other partygoers are escorted out of the home.
And I'm gonna be honest with you, sir, the only person I know here is him and the dude that got shot. Just wanted to tell him what to do.
Okay.
Nobody's trying to do anything.
Yeah,
Well, I don't have that. I don't have that.
We
warm
just told
fuzzy
you
feeling
on that.
anymore.
Okay,
Okay.
we just told
So
you.
do me a favor, everybody sit on your feet. If you're not in a chair, sit on your feet.
Yes, sir.
Right here against the house. Honestly, I don't know. They told me it's a drive-by shooting. It looks like they're having a New Year's party or something, sit on the front porch, smoking a cigarette. Guy takes a silver,
This is a white person drive by. This is rare.
they told me originally that was a dark SUV, and then they changed the story to a silver SUV, pulled up, fired a couple rounds, and hit a guy in the stomach that was out on the front porch smoking. The guys here are giving me some weird story about why they think it's his ex-girlfriend or something. Said that she pulled up and shot at him because these two are together. I guess they used to date the same girl. It doesn't make sense. However, I don't feel like he's being completely honest with me. He tells me there's no one else in the house.
Because I was just so mad. I'm like, he's not there. He's not answering. Where is he at? Like, I was
So
so.
she's right now incriminating her tits off. She should just be saying, hey, I need a lawyer, or I'm too intoxicated. I can't, think straight. Let's catch up tomorrow, or I'll get a lawyer or something like that. But remember, she got a DUI. She's kind of trapped in there. So she can't create much space from the cops to try to get a lawyer and buy time and some stuff like that.
Confused. I had a little bit to drink. I just wanted to talk to my husband.
How much did you have to drink?
I had a couple shots of whiskey.
Just two.
Probably 3.
So with
And I had and I let them take like blood tests from me at the hospital and all that, and I agreed to do that and whatnot. I didn't care at all. I wanted to be with him. I thought he didn't want to be with me. I'm sorry. It really upsets me. He knows I love him, and he knows the stuff I've been through. Yeah, but I have to get rid of. Has his own house right now. Me and Zach are married, separated. We both live with our parents.
tell me, he's pretty pissed at both of them
Yeah, and
last night.
more,
When you left the house.
Yes, because I wanted to be with him. I wanted to see him. He was still waking up. I drove by his house. His car was not in the driveway. So I'm like, where's he at? And that's when I started really like getting pissed. Like, oh my God, like I just need to get home. Like I'm so mad right now because I was going to start calling my husband off of my mother's phone. So I was trying to get home. I'm like, I'm going to call him from my mom's phone. I know he'll answer that phone call. And then still didn't answer. Rhett called him. He finally answered. And I was like, okay, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
Hours earlier, one officer gets a chance to talk one-on-one with Olivia's husband.
It's kind of a big deal. That's why we're taking the measures we're taking, okay?
I 100% want you to do your job. I understand it, sir. I just want to make sure that my buddy's okay. I hope
Yep.
You guys figure out what happened on that.
Yep. So here's the deal.
They might have been doing blow or something they shouldn't have been, so they're kind of giving shady answers.
Okay. You're not under arrest, but you're not free to go. And I'm not saying you did anything, okay? But legal wise, I'm just going to advise your rights so you and I can have this conversation. I don't suspect you of anything, but I just want to check that box. You understand?
Yes, sir.
You have the right.
The suspect's husband has read his Miranda
Thanks
rights
for being
before
here,
further
guys.
questioning.
What's really going on, dude?
I really think
I don't know.
maybe my wife had
Okay,
something.
so here's the problem
Yeah,
I have,
so,
man. I don't buy that story. I don't see why
Yeah.
your ex would shoot at you guys just because you hung out.
I mean, I understand that, and I understand why maybe you wouldn't understand that, and I really don't know if she would do that or not, to be honest with you. It sounds a little far-fetched. That's a little bit more than I could see her personally doing, but she's been with him off and on for the last 3 years, and during that whole time, she's been telling me she was going to come back,
Is she okay?
back together.
I can believe a little more if she's mad that there's females here.
See, I don't know if she knows that or not.
Was she not here invited to this party?
No, sir.
Okay. I just find it hard to believe.
Yeah, well, she knows that me and him were together because I told her that I was going to hang out with him and we're going to just be cool. Like, there's no reason to not be the bigger person here.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks,
Next,
Evil Eddie. That's why I
detectives
wanted to
decide
show
it's
off
time to confront
other
Olivia
music and
about
other
the alleged
subscriber
shooting.
created stuff.
You're
I did a lot at the beginning.
At like gun shows, I've fired gun, but not like for fun or
Do
whatever.
you have one? Do you own one?
No, I shouldn't. I sure don't. I do not.
There'd be no reason one would be in your car.
No, I do not have a gun in my car
But you like gun shows.
at all. I've never had a gun in one of my vehicles at all, ever.
Yeah, see, I'm not believing what you're telling me. This whole story.
What do you mean?
There was someone shot tonight, and there was a gun found outside of your car with a magazine and a round at the crash. Either you're lying to me, or you know somebody was with you that did something stupid. All the pieces fit, right?
Right.
You know somebody got shot, didn't you?
I did not know someone actually got shot. No.
Then tell me what happened.
Okay.
And I don't want no more lying.
I was
Notice how the female cop is like useless here, not even trying to write notes or anything.
with my mother-in-law.
This cop is one that I was telling you. This cop doesn't fuck around. This is kind of a pig Southern cop. Like, you look like you got a pretty mouth, boy. Like, if this cop comes up to you with one of those state trooper hats on, you are cooked. And this guy will find out anything.
Okay.
And we were hanging out upset, like I said.
Drinking
My
whiskey.
husband.
You were irate.
I was actually drinking. Yes, I was drinking the whiskey. She was drinking like some orange juice and whatever. And when I tried to go
He's
to
trying to lie.
his house to get my
Okay.
husband, I got in a huge fight, absolutely huge fight, and
With who?
with
Okay.
because he condoned all of that. I said, you're playing him. You're not trying to be his friend, whatever. You're just trying to cause all this drama. I'll tell you the truth. I was a little tipsy, but I do know what happened, sir.
Okay. What happened?
So me and got into it real bad. He was trying to have sex with me, condone sex with
When?
me at his house when I went there to get my husband.
Oh, so you did stop there.
Yeah, this was earlier, yes. And he was like trying to touch me, and I'm like, no, stop, like, cool it
So you
down.
were there partying with this
No,
group of kids.
I did not stay there and party at all. I went there specifically to get my husband out of the home
Okay.
because I knew drugs were involved, and I'm like, no, stay away from that. And then they started getting kind of a little rowdy, the men, and gave me that gun.
So my gun's probably somewhere involved in between. Because my gun's missing.
Your gun's missing?
Yes.
When did it go missing?
A long time ago.
For what?
To kind of scare him.
Okay. Then what happened?
Well, when I started to leave, they was talking shit, running after my mom's car, freaking me out. Shot it.
You shot it.
Correct.
Who'd you shoot?
I just shot at the house, literally just a house. I did not know anybody had gotten hit.
Where was your car?
Nothing like that. We're getting out of the driveway of my mom's Jeep
How many times you shoot?
twice.
Shot twice.
Yeah, because I don't really shoot guns. It's not my type of thing. I didn't know what I was doing, and I did not aim at anybody personally at all.
Olivia admits to firing twice at the home,
Yep.
but prosecutors would later determine that the suspect allegedly shot a total of 8 times when the victim was struck.
Okay.
And the gun was given to me by who said, "Here, just take this."
I don't care if
Scare
you
them
give
off.
me the gun. You flick the
Scare 'em
trigger, am I right?
Right,
To scare somebody.
right.
Then you ended up shooting somebody.
That's horrible. I swear I didn't know that. I did not know anybody got shot.
But you know you shot towards the house.
Yep. Towards the garage area. His house is set up like this, front porch, garage. I shot right towards that garage area.
No, she didn't. She shot through the front door. When a guy was out there smoking cigarettes or something, one guy got a gut shot.
not know anybody
The guy might actually die.
had gotten hit. I did not know that.
Was shot. In the abdomen. Is on life support right now because you shot him. What would made you do that?
Rage and nervousness, nerves, just not thinking, being stupid,
Yeah,
just
dumbass.
everybody in my face, yelling
And she had a DUI too earlier, like right after this too. That's why she had these crutches here.
at me.
She just cooked her whole life and maybe someone else's life in one night of being a drunken, jealous, vindictive 304.
Harassing me, bullying me. I couldn't take it. I couldn't take it. I should not have had that gun. I should not have went there. I should have left alone. I cannot believe that someone actually got shot and is on life support because of my.
Well, if you shoot at a house and stuff like that, there's like, it's hard to, there's a pretty good, like, one of the first rules with guns is like, you don't aim the gun at anything you're not willing to destroy. And that's what she did.
Stupid
Or she
action
didn't care.
right now. I can't honestly believe that. Did they say his survival chance or anything for
I don't know that yet.
that? He was friends with men
That's
I
why
knew
you
and
shot.
stuff, and
That's why you shot. You were pissed off.
the wrong person, and
Yeah,
is
stupid.
paying for it because I'm a dumbass. Yeah. I swear I did not know anybody was hit.
But you didn't even stop to check on anybody.
No,
You just fired
I just
You fired the two. You did what?
2 shots and I just skirted off.
What's up, Tim Hicks?
How did you get the gun again?
It was his gun.
Okay, where did you get it from?
He handed it to me from his top drawer in his bedroom. Correct.
What did he say to you?
He said, "Here, take this. Just scare him off. Just scare him
Yeah,
off."
I'm
That was
keeping
the
it-
only thing he
What I'm
used.
doing is working.
He did not say anything else.
So then you went outside with it in your hand.
And then they started running their mouth, bigger and bigger and bigger. And
30K,
I was
that's
getting
what
more
they're taking down
rage. More
live
rage was building up,
too.
and I was like, "Leave me the f- alone." They were like, blah blah blah. And as I'm leaving, they're like running after, like, "F- you, you're a dumb bitch," like all this stuff. And it was just like,
Were you walking away?
no, I was in my car leaving
Okay.
and going, and I was just, and they whatever, and I was just like, "Leave me the f- alone," and they drove off.
Next, investigators learn Olivia allegedly wasn't alone at the start of the ordeal.
Where was it? Where'd you put the gun after that when you drove off?
My mother-in-law had took it and just threw it in the floor.
Your mother-in-law was with you?
Yes.
Wow, and criminal got her involved.
Where was
now.
she at the crash?
So this dumb broad is going to ruin her life. The guy who got the gut shot, and probably the mother-in-law. Wow.
No, she wasn't with me at the crash. She did not want any part about what happened. She had gotten out. My
Where'd she get
mother-in-law
that?
gotten out. But the gun was still in the car. But when I crashed, I'm assuming the gun flew out the car. but it was still in the
Wait, it just flew out of the car, please.
seat, like the floor seat of the passenger.
So did your mother-in-law ever get out and confront these?
No.
She stayed in the car.
Mm-hmm.
Did she know you had a gun when you got in the car?
Yes. Because she knew Corey gave you the gun. Because I said, Corey just told me.
What did she say about that?
Nothing. She didn't have anything to say. She just did not say.
After you shot, what happened? What did she say?
Was freaking out. She was screaming, yelling, let me out, let her out.
Where'd she go?
I have no idea.
Where'd you let her out?
I have not have spoke to her since McLean.
After she gets out of the car, you go to back up, you swing the car around, you fire 2 shots.
Or she dropped her off at the top of the hill.
Yeah, she drives up. She tells you, I want out of the car.
Yes.
She gets out.
Mm-hmm. And then I
She
started.
was not involved in that crash.
Nope, not one bit. The crash was me alone, 100%.
Okay. Why was the driver's side door open?
The driver.
And the passenger?
Because I couldn't get to my phone. My phone had fell over on the passenger side, and I tried from the outside to open the passenger door. The door, it wouldn't open. So I
Probably lying even more.
get
It's funny. Everyone seemed to have been lying, even the other guys.
from the driver's side to open the passenger door, to open that door just to get my phone, because it had fell between the door and the seat, because I was trying to call my mom, because the neighbor had already said, I'm going to call the cops, it's okay, sweetie, da-da-da-da-da. I'm like, thank you. I said, I'm just trying to find my phone so I can call my mother.
Okay. Okay, well, right now you're going to be placed under arrest. You understand that?
I do.
You're going to go to jail.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The victim ultimately survived the shooting, and Olivia was charged with attempted murder, 2 counts of felonious assault, and illegal discharge of a firearm at or into a habitation. After pleading not guilty to the charges, court records show she was later found guilty by a jury and sentenced to 16 to 20 years behind bars.
Wow. So they gave her a pretty good sentence then. So since we just did a drive-by one, I still want to go. This is a subscriber to the channel. I want to feature some other subscriber stuff that people have done here. This is called The Influence of Hip Hop on the Piano. I figured since the drive-by shooting, we'll talk about hip hop a little bit. But this is a user, Pat Dupree, an early subscriber who's made some cool keyboard music and other stuff like that. So it's just a quick 6-minute video, but let's give him some props in this, and we'll give some other subscribers some props too. This looks like it might actually be pretty cool, but a nice little segue from a drive-by shooting.
Have you ever heard a piano piece that grooves like a hip hop beat? Well, what if I told you that hip hop didn't just
Featured some of
borrow
his music on the channel before now
from
and then.
piano music? It reshaped it.
I'm gonna drink some Japanese sake tonight.
For decades, the piano was seen as this formal classical instrument. Chopin, Beethoven, Rachmaninoff. All beautiful, complex, but often far from the gritty textures of street music. Then came hip hop.
Shall we begin? Let's begin now.
Born in South Bronx, armed with breakbeats, turntables, and raw emotion. Not soon after, 90s hip hop flipped the script, literally. Producers like Jay Dilla, Kanye West, and Ninth Wonder sampled old jazz and soul piano riffs, chopped them, looped them, and made them swing. Suddenly, piano wasn't just notes, it was rhythm, vibe, and attitude. Most people think of the piano as melodic or harmonic, but in hip hop, it becomes percussive. Think of how a producer uses syncopation and groove.
Thank you,
The
Carlos.
same principles apply when you play piano in that style.
You guys who keep it going, doing the live. I basically mostly do live streams and just clip them. The only other content I make is like, some tree
Okay,
work stuff.
in this
but
next
I
segment,
really
I'm going to
enjoy
be
doing
playing a song with a beat-driven riff on the piano. Try to focus on the rhythm.
Well, I want to show
and the
off what some other
percussiveness of it.
subscribers have done. This is his YouTube name. He's almost to 1,000 subscribers, so if he gets to that, he can probably be monetized. Let's help him out. Some of his music's actually pretty dope. I'm gonna pour a quick drink, and then after this, I have some other good a long crime story to follow up on.
Neo soul artists like D'Angelo and Erykah Badu blended hip hop with jazz, and pianists like Robert Glasper pushed that even further. Meanwhile, lo-fi hip hop made mellow, jazzy piano cool again. Not flashy, but felt. Today, anyone with a keyboard and a DAW can make beats. You don't need an orchestra, you need a vibe. From Fruity Loop Studio to Ableton, producers are using pianos to create entire moods with just a few well-placed chords. For me, hip-hop piano is about emotion and simplicity. Sometimes it's just 4 chords in a groove. Other times it's intricate, almost like storytelling through keys. Thanks for watching. Like, comment, subscribe for more beats and creativity. Peace.
Sweet.
Mic check 1 2 1 2.
Hang on. So we're gonna switch to this story. You guys are probably gonna remember this. It was, I believe, maybe last summer. Do you remember a chick that drove her boyfriend into a Honda Civic or something like that? And yeah, Yorgi, I put some of your pictures up too. So if you go back and watch the beginning of this live, Yorgi, I showed a lot of your artwork off, and Yorgi might do some like playing cards and make hand-drawn badges for this show. Yeah, Tim Hicks remembers this. So this chick, I think she was in a Honda Civic or something like that in the driver's seat, and she was in an argument with her boyfriend or just was pissed at him, and she was like basically trying to kill him and did. We're now able to see some texts and how just sinister that she was. So it's kind of a little bit of a follow-up.
What was going on with the couple can help us.
I think she was like 19 and so was he. He kind of looks like a Timothy Chalamet. I mean, forget who that guy is he looks like. He's kind of weird.
Maybe understand what on earth happened. Welcome to Sidebar.
And remember, she walked away with basically out of scratch.
Presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. All right, before we jump into this, I got to tell you about this sponsor, this partner of ours, because they have this app that I think feed you a bunch of these communications. And it's important. It's important because understanding that dynamic, understanding this relationship is key to trying to make sense of what happened here, to trying to make sense of Shrilla's arguments that she didn't do this on purpose.
And it's funny because we've seen it so many times where the woman driver, whoever, will get out without a scratch and the other people will be dead inside. We've seen this a handful of times, and it's partly because the car is designed that way. So the driver is usually the safest one, but it's also kind of like the most evil one goes away without a scratch. We see it time and time and time again. So this is going to show how sinister she is, and she's still going to probably try to play innocent. I forget the amount of charges they gave her, but probably not much. And hopefully this will make her have more charges and not take her as serious. I mean, take it more serious.
And I want to put this into context with what I'm talking about, because Mackenzie Shrilla was found guilty by a judge in a bench trial, meaning that a judge decided her guilt or not guilty. She was found guilty by a judge in a bench trial of 4 counts of murder, 4 counts of felonious assault, 2 counts of aggravated vehicular homicide, 1 count of drug possession, and 1 count of possessing criminal tools, all in connection with
so she's cooked.
The July 31st, 2022 car crash that killed her boyfriend, Dominic Russo, and their friend, Davion Flanagan.
Oh, wow. So 2 people. I forgot about that.
The 17-year-old mashed down the
looks like she hit the wall at 17. Oh!
accelerator, never tried to brake. This is according to investigative reports. Sailing over a curb, through a business sign, and into a brick wall. And Shrilla has insisted ever since that she had no memory whatsoever of the crash or even the time, the minutes leading up to it. She and her family have suggested that she has a diagnosis.
Look at this 304 here. How did she get all this money?
Of POTS, this medical condition that can cause dizziness, fainting. They claim Shrilla must have blacked out, which is why she drove off the road. I will be clear about this at trial. There was no official medical diagnosis of POTS, wasn't presented. There was no evidence of a car malfunction. There was no presentation of her being severely intoxicated. And after her 2023 trial, she was sentenced to life in prison with the possibility of parole starting in 2037. But now she's back in the news a lot, because of the Netflix documentary, The Crash,
okay. I didn't
where
know
she
that
goes
they
on
made
camera.
something like this.
She does this interview from behind bars.
So wait a minute. So Netflix always props up these demonic people. They love shit like this. They did this with that Murdoch family too. Netflix kind of always likes kind of like satanic stuff. So notice like on Netflix, they won't have like a Christian type movie or something like that, but they'll have this. I guarantee you they probably like glorified this woman. Yeah, she got that money from out in them streets hoeing. If she had all those conditions, why is she allowed to drive? Yeah, exactly.
And she
She doesn't
said
know what condition her condition is in.
she's not a monster. that there was no intent, that she loved Dom.
Please.
But there is evidence of her driving recklessly in the past. There was an account, a narrative that she would get into fights while driving. There was evidence that she didn't seem remorseful after what she did. So prosecutors essentially made the argument that she intentionally crashed the car, especially considering there was evidence that Dom was trying to break up with her just weeks before.
I don't have.
But
Netflix,
there were also
or
messages
Hulu or
from
anything.
Shirilla to Dom.
Well, actually,
where
it
she
might
claimed
still be on my
she was
TV,
the
but,
victim
like, someone
of
else
Dom.
paid for it
For
or
example, there
something.
were messages from Shirilla to one of Dom's family members in the past, and I'm going to read you some of them, and then we'll get to the communications between Dom and Shirilla. But for example, there's this one where Mackenzie writes this family member, quote, "Can you come get Dom? He just grabbed my steering wheel on the highway trying to spin out my car and hurt me. TBH, I can't calm down when he just tried to end my life. He tried to end my life today and told me, do you want to die?" So I want to get into these messages between Dominic Russo and Mackenzie Shirilla pre-crash, okay? And this is from years before too, and relatively shortly before this event took place, and what these messages might tell us. There was a Celebrite cell phone extraction compiled by investigators that revealed all of these text messages between the couple going back years, all the way back to January 2020. Thousands upon thousands of messages between the couple, who again appeared to have this very toxic on-again, off-again relationship. And I do want to highlight just some part of the conversations that the pair had. We can't
Honestly, this guy already kind of looks dead a little bit anyways.
go through everything, but you can check out, by the way, if you're interested in looking at the full conversations, all the text. I think there's nearly 32,000 pages of them.
Yeah, I don't like
right
Netflix
now.
either.
All of that is available on the Law and Crime Plus app. We have a Mackenzie Shirilla case file.
Yeah,
You
me
can check
neither.
it all there if you're interested. But right now, I want to highlight some of the text messages. And by the way, these are just text messages, even though the couple seem to have also.
Remember, they also did one like Netflix did one that was called Making a Murderer or something in Wisconsin. They did the Jeffrey Dahmer one. So Netflix does like satanic stuff like that. And they try to tell the public oh, this is cool, this is edgy and stuff like that. Yeah. Let me show I'll show Yorgi, I'll show more of the art in a few more minutes, but I showed a bunch of it at the beginning and people thought it was pretty dope. Yeah, she's garbage, yeah. Yeah, this was bad.
Communicated on social media apps like Instagram and Snapchat. And by the way, I should tell you, these messages were entered into evidence during her actual trial. Reportedly, over 93,000 text messages were entered in.
Jesus, 93,000. What a demon.
Into evidence. Welcome to the digital age. Welcome to a young relationship, right? So Shirilla's text messages, they show up as green. Dom's are in blue.
Yeah, they're probably
I'm
going to
put 'em up
make
there
the
as I go
guy
through
seem
them.
bad.
And toward the top of the file in January of 2020, Shirilla sends these messages, and it already starts to give you an idea.
Because sometimes what happens is these creepy producers go in and talk to these people and say, this girl has nothing to lose, so maybe I can kind of diddle this demon hoe and try to get her some type of Netflix stuff and keep leading her on. So I guarantee you these producers at Netflix are diddling her when they're doing these meetings and stuff like that, 100%.
Idea of the dynamic of the relationship at the time. Quote, "No? Why aren't you saying, oh, you look so good, Kenzie? Why are you being like that?" Quote, "Don't drag me down, hype me up." Now, a lot of the couple's texts during this time period, they center around Shirilla seemingly wanting to spend all of her time, all of her free time with Dom. And she seemingly texts him over and over about when they can hang out, when she could come to his house, when they
Dom probably had a giant hog and was laying some pipe.
could go to get food. But in these exchanges, Dom, I think an argument could be made, seems to be wanting a little more space. And that is what led to conflict. That is what leads to a blowout. For example, this is from January 14th, 2020. Quote, "Let me come in, sad face." Quote, "No, from now on, you just got to
Women
go
love
home after
stuff like
school.
that.
My B." Another one, "And probably can't come before school." Sharilla replies in all caps.
Women love this true crime stuff because they secretly want to be like stalked, and like all this like kind of deviance. Because a lot of women, they have these boring corporate jobs, so they need this kind of like dark fantasy, crazy.
Apps. What? You can do this to me. Then corrects herself. Can't. You can't. Dom replies, if I asked you to go home, you would have threw a fit anyway. Then there's a series of messages in all caps from Sharilla. You're mean. You treat me like S. And I treat you like a bleeping god. And you do this. Dom goes on to say that it feels like she's smothering him, to which Sharilla responds, I just want to bang my head on the wall till I'm dead. Dom replies, to be honest, this S has happened so many times, I just don't care anymore. And despite,
That's
by the
when
way,
she
still
decided
being
to
in high
delete
school,
him.
Sharilla does eventually move in with Dom in a home that his mother owns next to her own. And during a conversation at the end of January, it seems that Dom and Sharilla are both at his house, but possibly, in different rooms texting each other, because Sharilla begs him to give her, quote, dabs, which by all accounts seems to be a concentrated form of cannabis. Quote, I swear if you don't leave, I'm a flip S. I'm leaving. I just need dabs, babe. And the response in all caps.
So when you're with women who doing dabs is like the kind of like a crack of smoking weed. If you're with a chick that always is taking these dabs, she's absolutely cooked. This is like taking one of those dabs. It's like smoking an entire joint. They're really powerful, and that's like what those pens are sometimes. They have a dab rig, which is more complicated, and it's basically like you're like heating up a nail and like smoking a resin. It's crazy powerful. I don't like doing it because you end up having a freaking panic attack because you just don't really need to do it. It's crazy. It's crazy. Lenny puts you in a mental state if you are on it 24/7. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've done this before, so I know a little bit about it. But I think you need up here. Carlos said that he had some type of weed that was a little bit more mellow. Let me try to find it. Not here. This, yeah. It's like a chill, that's like, it's literally like the crack of weed. You're using you're heating up like a nail and stuff. Like it's crazy. So if they're doing that at that young age, they're already cooked. It's like, that's not like just regular weed. It's something you should have to like work up to.
I don't have any. Now, something this compilation of conversations reveals is just how on again, off again the two were over the years. They would break up constantly, then they would get back together.
But Lenny, you're like a combat veteran, and you have your shit together and stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's a little bit different. Like some people can do it, but most people cannot and should not, and they just don't want to say people who do that. I agree. I know a Gen Z who does dabs. His brain is cooked. I worry about him. Yeah. Fellas, any chick that uses hurting themselves as a manipulation, don't fall for that shit. Never negotiate with a terrorist. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not telling anyone how, to not get lit or something like that. I'm just saying at a young age like that, every time you see this guy, he looks like he's already cooked.
Just quickly, and remember, both are very young.
Opinion.
They're teens when they met. Sharilla was 17, had just graduated high school when the crash happened.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, it's understandable why emotions would be running high, but at times it just appears from the messages alone, and I don't, have personal knowledge of their
this guy is cooked in every picture he's in.
Relationship, but just looking at the messages, and sometimes messages can be quite revealing, it seems like things were out of control at points. I mentioned the conversations before where Sharilla is messaging a family member, but look at this. For example, here's a conversation between the pair from March 2020. Dom says, I don't like dealing with all this, babe. Sharilla responds, all I ask is for like 3 things. No girls, hang with me, and affection. None of them are hard to do. If you can drive around all day on random slurs time, then you can find a way to see
Ninjas
me.
time.
You do so many harder things in your life. Dom replies, I think we need some time apart. And then she appears to go off on a rant saying, Dom, stop right now. Answer the...
Yeah, the subscriptions just came in. And I still am like learning how to use it and add in the badges and stuff like that. So it's not letting me fully use all of it yet, but we'll do some cool stuff. I want to do yeah, you mean memberships. Yeah. I want to do some cool stuff. I want to get like some like templates, like spray paint templates and stickers and like even like a tattoo type template type thing. So I actually want to be like sending stuff for you and do thank you, Lenny, and do some unique stuff and unique badges and everything. But I need a couple days to learn how it works, but I will be like, you know, making it worth it, giving extra stuff for you know, signing up for this. So thank you. Lenny and Red Door have joined today. I really appreciate it.
Phone. We not doing that again. We not going on a break.
So it's
Text
cool
back,
stuff will be
like,
coming.
You're not
I just
going
have
to do
to
this to me.
learn.
Get off. Do not disturb.
A lot of stuff's
We are
happened
not
quick, so I have a
going on
lot
a
to learn
bleeping
about
break, Dom. I do so much for you.
Yeah, we
and
can
you
try for
say that.
Bianca.
Now, the very next day, Sharilla sends another long string of messages. Hey, babe, what you doing now? Dom, answer, Dom.
It's all good,
wow,
Lenny.
I'm mad. Answer right now. I'm so mad. Dom sends this response, low battery. So now I want to jump ahead in time a little bit. Summer 2021. So about a year before Sharilla drove her car into the side of that brick building, killing her boyfriend, killing their friend, Mr. Flanagan. Sharilla and Dom are in the middle of another fight in these messages where Sharilla...
And I'm like, you know, I might make a Discord channel, and I'm considering doing some cool stuff. Like I said, sending stickers and like some spray paint templates and like other things like that. Like I actually want to be sending you guys stuff, but I have like some legal mushrooms, which I'll do some videos on, like legal medicinal mushrooms that are very rare, that I actually harvest a lot of from trees that are it's actually you make a tea out of it, but you can actually mix it and smoke it with weed and hookahs and stuff like that. So I want to be like giving to this.
Says,
I just got to figure out
I'm seriously
a
done.
couple other things.
I
like
do not
that.
want to see you. If you're done over that small inconvenience, then okay, fine, so be it. Okay, Mr. Gaslighter, I don't need you to tell me what's small or big. She continues, you can figure out your own way to the graduation party tonight. Like, I'm seriously done. Why are you done? Because I didn't give you free weed? And this is another example of Dom apparently being, you know, Sharilla's connection to get marijuana. She, by the way, had cannabis in her system or THC in her system at the time of the crash. And she would often, you know, post videos and photos online of herself appearing to smoke weed, use bongs. There was even an allegation that she was doing it while driving. Now,
Of course she was.
Later in that same conversation, Sharilla writes, why would I want to go on vacation with someone that can't even...
Yeah, guys, weed is dangerous to a degree. You know what I mean? Like, we're not having the type of weed that we had growing up. You had to like do something shady and meet like in a McDonald's parking lot. And it was like, you know, the weed that we were having, the percentage was like cut in half. Now they can go to like a dispensary and just get like crazy strong medical grade weed. It's really strong. It can really, when you're smoking too much weed, and it really can actually make you have psychosis and a lot of this crazy stuff. Same with other psychedelics. Yeah. Stuff now will put you on a couch. It'll make you like basically be autistic. Like, I'm not even kidding. I used to say that, like, I'm gonna get autistic. I'm gonna be like Stephen Hawking tonight. I would say shit like that. And that's how you turn out. That's not really good. You know what I mean? Like it's I'm not saying people shouldn't smoke it or something like that, but like a lot of people are really getting toasted. and they're already kind of retarded to begin with. So, you know what I mean? Some people, if you're already a creative person, weed can be like a jet fuel to you. But if you put jet fuel in a Ford Escort, it still is like a piece of shit Ford Escort. So it's, you know, I partake in weed, so I'm not saying I don't do it, but I am saying like, I think sometimes a more mellow weed is actually better because you can say like Cat Williams says, like, I have shit to do today. I have other stuff that I'm going to do. So I mostly only do it at night after work. Maybe when I'm on here hanging out or something like that. But you can give yourself a full-blown panic attack and stuff like that.
Give me one.
And at 18, you do kind of have a developing brain. Like some of that prefrontal cortex shit that they talk about developing is kind of true. So you can, you know, cook yourself a little bit. Yeah, like people had, you know, we actually had stems and seeds in the weed. People don't even like know about that now.
Gram-free weed. I want to fast forward. This time I want to go to January of 2022. So by this point, at least in our...
Also, too, if you can, grow your own and get homegrown. A lot of this weed from the dispensaries, it's good and stuff like that, but it is kind of mass-produced chemical weed. Really homegrown weed kind of is better. Maybe it's not as crazy strong, but that's good. You don't need to like disconnect from reality every time you smoke some weed, in my opinion. Captain Pauser writes in, I was starting to get hooked until I detoxed for 2 weeks during a vacation. Nice. Yeah, it can be addictive.
Opinion,
because people say like, oh, well, I just smoke weed to go to bed at night. Well, you know, that's because you're addicted to it. And a lot of these people usually don't. Like, these people were healthy. They didn't have like injuries and stuff, you know.
Dynamic between Mackenzie Shirilla and Dominic Russo.
Yeah, it really is, Jorgie.
Because I think there could be an argument that at this point, Mackenzie Shirilla seems very aggressive, dismissive, and I think you can make the argument.
Look at these 304 nails.
I'm going to give you an example. Shirilla writes, Dom, I would start texting right now, unless you want problems. Because you're acting weird as F, I would start typing. Dom responds, I'm not. She writes, like right now. He says, you're also acting heated as F. But Shirilla steamrolls ahead. I would start explaining right now. I ain't going to try to talk to you when you're mad. Because you're not telling me after I asked 780 times. You have 5 minutes. And there are multiple times during this argument, or there are arguments that Shirilla says she's setting a timer on her phone to some arbitrary number. And if Dom doesn't respond or hasn't done what she wanted by the time it went off, they were done. And there are also times that Dom brings up Shirilla's social media presence because she posted on Instagram and TikTok quite frequently, often in these seductive outfits and these poses. The two had this conversation in January of 2022. Quote, like, I just want to understand why you post like that. Like, I know, look cute, but I feel like you can still look cute without posting as provocative. Like, I for real want it. Just 2 weeks later, there was another important incident that happens. According to witnesses, Dom was on the phone with Mackenzie when Mackenzie threatened to crash the car they were in. According to Shirilla, Dom was the one who grabbed the steering wheel and said that he would cause a wreck. They fought over what happened in a follow-up text conversation. And it's really shocking given what we know happens just several days later. Quote, if you can't see what's broken and what needs to be fixed, then there's no point of this being a relationship. Yesterday, you almost ended my life, or could have ended my life, and all your mom cared about was you not going to jail. Like, I'm literally never going to talk to your mom again unless she apologizes. By the way, we did a whole sidebar episode on this after.
Like mother, like 304 daughter.
The death of Dom and Davion. Mackenzie writes Dom's mom a lot. There is a lot of communication back and forth. You can check out that sidebar episode up on our YouTube.
I think I kind of covered that. I didn't really see too much news on it. I didn't know there was a Netflix thing about it and stuff like that. I want to put husband beater thinks she's untouchable.
Hello.
Hi, my name's Raven.
I'm Deputy Murphy. What's going to happen?
So we were
off her bathroom. Her boyfriend started arguing with her, and she smelled like alcohol. She didn't do anything.
Hey, you mind stopping for us real quick?
Yes, absolutely.
You with you? Is someone here?
All right, can you come over and talk to me? Like,
What seemed to happen tonight?
nothing.
Anything going on in the movie theater? What movie you watching?
The
You don't remember the movie? You been drinking tonight?
what's going on?
Well, we've been watching the movie and we've been having some troubles.
Have you been drinking tonight?
I don't know.
You don't know? And you don't know what movie you went to see?
Oh my god.
You don't know? Can you tell? Did anything happen in the movie
I don't
theater?
know anything.
You don't know anything? You guys get into an argument in the movie theater? You and your husband or your boyfriend?
No, I don't know.
Is that your husband?
Yeah.
That gentleman right there. Is that your husband or boyfriend, fiance?
She's getting mad at me in the middle of the movie, and I'm like, what's wrong? She doesn't want to tell me until if we want to go home or not. She's told me a couple of times. My bus is full. I'm trying to find my glasses in the middle of the theater. And she did it again, and I didn't want to cause a scene, and I went out the door.
Okay. What side of your face did she slap you on?
She said, I'm sitting on my left side.
You're not in any trouble.
I understand.
Okay. Can you give me your ID?
I don't understand why you want my ID.
Okay, so we had some complaints about an argument that may have happened in the theater between you and your husband. Is it your husband or boyfriend? You don't
No
know?
idea.
Okay. An argument that may have happened between you two. And some witnesses are saying that he may have hit you. Did he put his hands on you? Did he put his hands on you in the movie theater? That's why we're here. No? Can I get your ID? That's why we're here.
Are you guys dating, married? What are you guys?
We're married.
Married? How long have you been married?
4 months.
4 months? Okay. Has anybody been drinking or anything like that?
She is.
All right. What was she saying when she slapped you?
She's not making any sense. And I was telling her, you want to go home or not? And you were saying you don't want anything to do with me. I didn't ever said that. I said, you want to go home or not?
Okay. Did this start before you guys came to the movie theater or after?
We're in the movie theater while we were watching the movie.
What was making her mad during the movie?
She thinks she thinks that I look at the girls in the movie that I think they're hot. And I'm like, no, she's not hot.
What's wrong?
He didn't put his hands on me. Everything's fine.
You want to sit down? Do you want to sit down for me?
How hard did she slap her in the face?
Just hard enough for the glasses to fly off.
I'm gonna start a Discord
I
channel
need you to
too.
give me your ID card, man, or your name.
If you're interested in joining it. I really use AJ's one a lot.
Because I need to
don't know,
identify
just
you.
fun.
Again, I'm trying to tell you, you're not in any
No
trouble.
pressure to join or anything.
You can be in trouble if you won't give me your ID. Because right now you're detained. So by law, you have to give me
Why
your
am I
ID.
detained? What did I do?
Because
You
you're
told
being-
me I didn't do anything.
You're
So
being
can I just
questioned.
leave?
No, you can't.
I
leave
watched
right
a
now.
movie and I'm leaving.
She's a little piggy.
Not right now.
No,
I need to
yeah.
investigate what's going on because somebody said that there was some
Okay.
abuse
but
that happened.
I
You
wasn't the
can't leave right
problem. I'm not the problem. So
Okay,
I would like to leave.
I understand you're not the problem.
Sir,
That's
I would
fine.
like to leave.
I need your ID. If you give me your ID, we can talk about you leaving.
No, I don't think I'm being detained.
You
So
are.
I'm at a movie theater. I would like to be.
Ma'am, you are being detained right now.
I'm being detained?
Yes. You're not under arrest. You're just being detained.
But, okay, detained. I would like to leave. I would
You
like
can't
to
leave right now. You're not free to leave
Why?
because you're being detained while I'm investigating. If you give me your ID, this is going to go a lot easier. You know, what's your name?
See how stupid they are? This is part of Tylenol brain. What does she think is gonna happen here?
So you're refusing to give me your ID. You're willing to go to jail because you don't want to ID yourself.
No, sir. I have a very highly respected job.
I'm not.
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't say anything.
She's probably a teacher or something too.
About your job. All I'm doing is asking.
I understand you're not saying anything about that. I'm telling you.
Okay. I'm glad you have a very respectable job. I want you to keep your very respectable job.
Mm-hmm.
I
And
need your
giving you my
ID.
ID. You don't need my ID.
I do need
Sir,
your
I
ID.
understand.
What's your
No.
name then?
My name is Ashley. Welcome.
What's your last name? You don't want to tell me?
You can look me up.
Yeah, I'm gonna look you up.
Yes, correct.
All right, so
You can do
either-
that.
I need your
But
name.
I didn't do anything wrong, so I don't understand.
I'm telling
and I'm
you.
not being detained, and you can't detain me. I'm at a movie theater.
I'm telling
I
you
can-
that
And I'm telling you to.
you're not leaving
Why can't I leave? Why can't I leave?
because you're being detained.
You're going to listen to the deputy, okay? So we're conducting an investigation. We were
Of
called
what?
here to talk to you.
I already
An
explained
incident.
it to you.
You are
That's
not
fine.
going anywhere for now. You're going to stand and talk to the deputy, and you're going to listen to the deputy, or you're going to go in handcuffs right now while we have to detain you. We're determining what's going on. So listen to the deputy and stay where you were. It's not a joke.
I understand it's not a joke. I'm
Okay,
not sure
well,
who
then-
you are.
I think
but
she's
that thinks
drunk.
you're a joke. This person
That's
did
fine.
not do help for you.
Okay, I don't care.
She's
I'm
trying-
definitely
she's
I know
trying
she
to help
doesn't
you.
care. She's
Right, okay.
And about
Stand and
two,
listen to the
I'm
deputy.
gonna ask you one more
She's
time.
not really good at her job.
listen,
I'll tell you that.
Listen, I'm going to ask you one more time for your identification, then you're gonna go in handcuffs until I can figure it out. Do you understand?
Yeah, I
Okay,
understand.
so
This
please,
is a movie theater.
please,
I bought a ticket and I can just
please
leave.
provide me with your identification. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
And can I not leave?
No.
When I'm done with the investigation.
What a retard. She's drunk, but this is a little bit of Tylenol brain where you have to like spell it out to them. We'll do a show on Tylenol brain because I started to call it the Tylenol redundancy factor. Basically, 25 to 30% of your mental faculties are just cooked. You cannot be a peak performer if you have Tylenol brain. It's just impossible. And the Tylenol brain is also like 25 to 30% loss of empathy. It's just like a black-eyed nihilist numbness. 30% more being a sheep and stuff like that. It's really bad.
The investigation of what?
I explained to you already about the movie.
Yeah, I
theater.
think she's. I
The
think she's.
investigation of what?
I asked you what happened in the movie theater. You told me nothing.
Nothing happened in the movie theater.
Okay, well, here we go. That's not what he's saying. You guys are married. We're conducting an investigation.
What's who
involving-
saying what?
Okay.
Of who saying
All right,
what?
Before we go any further, just let me get your ID.
No, of who saying what? Because
Yeah,
I
she's
will call
drunk.
my lawyer.
You're gonna be calling your lawyer from the jail. in a
Yeah.
minute.
Yeah, that bitch just fucked you up.
What? Can you give me your ID?
Yeah, just get her first name, last name, birth.
She won't give it to me.
I don't need to.
Then you're gonna go in handcuffs.
Okay.
Okay?
Oh, yeah. Call my
Okay.
lawyer.
All right, turn around.
No.
Resisting.
Do you have my ID? Because I don't. I don't think I even have my ID.
I asked you for your name, date of birth. You keep telling me no.
I got my
You want
name
it
and
better?
date of birth. You didn't ask me for my date of birth.
I asked you for your
Liar.
name.
She's kind of heftier. She's probably more like an LNA nursing assistant, ass wiping type nurse. Which, by the way, they work actually really hard and they don't get paid enough. It's also like midnight too at the movie theater. You can see on her watch here.
You wouldn't give me your name.
She's in the primary address anyway.
Okay.
Stop moving.
I'm not moving, dude. I'm not even moving, you dumb bitch.
Thank you. Again. Okay, nothing happened between you and him in the movie theater.
No. In the movie theater, no.
Were you guys arguing before you came to the movie theater?
No.
Nothing during it.
No.
Okay, you weren't mad at him for anything? He wasn't mad at you for anything?
No.
Did anybody hit each other, slap each other, harm each other?
No.
So that buzzing sound that you hear going off, I think that's just the body cam reminding them that it's on.
This
They
bitch
used to wonder
she
what
knows
that was.
everything. She comes in here like a hot little fire.
So a lot of these body cams are also made by Palantir, and some of them actually stay on all the time now. So they can only like turn it off for like 2 minutes to like take a dump or something like that. And the Palantir guy is like, well, we don't care if it stays on, really.
She's asking questions.
No. I would have opened up to. Because you were respectful and nice, a little decent, like, but you came in
I'll
here.
write it down. I'll take notes.
Yeah. You're not really good at like a people person thing.
Okay, I'll
Like
take
you're
notes.
not very good at that.
Thank you. I'll take note of that. Thank you.
Ma'am, do you have an idea?
I'm sorry, sir. Do I have an idea? That's the stupidest shit I've ever heard. You are so dumb. That is so stupid. That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. What? I'm sorry. Do I have an idea?
I kind of hope this cop just slaps her across the face.
Let me check. Let me check. Let me check. Oh wait, what do you want? What do you want?
Calm down.
Do you want me to check for my ID or what?
Hey,
That's just
Look at me.
I just walked
Calm
up,
down.
did I not?
Calm down. Okay, please? Calm down. I literally just walked up. I didn't know you were in handcuffs.
well then maybe you should check. Aren't you on the fucking field? Shouldn't you check before what you're going up to? That's probably the problem.
Let's just get a car.
Bring her to the
We'll find
dog
the ID
pound.
in her wallet. Okay, stop resisting. You're going to catch another charge.
Charge for what? Watching a fucking movie?
No.
Or refusing to identify yourself.
Dude, I don't have an ID. Do you have
Are you
a
done?
I haven't even been to a movie theater in like 3 years.
warrant for your arrest? Because I'm in the back of a car. I'm a little confused right now. I got handcuffs.
You're not under arrest yet.
Well,
You're just.
can you put handcuffs on somebody who's not arrested?
How'd you get your hands undone? You know that's another charge, right? Stay in the car.
Am I arrested?
You're being detained.
I'm sorry.
How did she get
detained,
out?
Does that mean?
In a minute, we're going to get real physical here. Do you understand me? Why are you going to do this?
What do you mean? Sir?
Why do you have to fight with us?
I'm not fighting with you, dude.
Last movie I saw in a theater was with a girlfriend. She wanted to go. It was like Scream 7. It was a piece of shit. You know, all those Scream movies kind of suck, but it's like Scream 7. It was like around Halloween or something like that.
Trying to
I haven't had. I only just went because she wanted to go.
can help you.
Fucking reason why I should have handcuffs on in
You're
general.
being detained.
And the fact that does that mean handcuffs? Does detain me handcuffs?
Just get against the car.
Exactly.
I've been trying to be nice to you.
No, I'm not fucking stupid. Detain me is what? What? Can you put handcuffs on me if I'm not
Hey,
arrested?
can you? She's got her
Detain.
handcuffs off and just going crazy. Can you unlock this one? She's got it
Oh,
locked.
okay, wait, because I already got one handcuff off. Because why am I getting handcuffed if I'm not arrested?
I got her.
You are being placed under arrest.
I got her. If you
For
want to
what?
undo that one.
Domestic battery.
Domestic battery of what? What is domestic battery?
It's battery on
Of
your.
what?
Slip cuffs? Yeah.
Is there something else going on at this
You're being placed.
venue? Is there something else going on at this venue?
The movies?
Yes.
Yeah, there's movies.
So do you guys have something else going on at the venue? That there's a problem.
Nice.
Yeah, there's a problem with your level of intoxication.
All right, come on.
Please have a seat.
Oops. Hang on a second. I want to. Since Yorgi's here, I want to show. This is some user created art that Yorgi has made. This guy right here. Yeah, she's Houdini, the escape artist. But these are some drawings that Yorgi has made that I want to show to you guys, and we might use these as not the stickers, or the banners, the badges and shit like that. So this one's pretty cool. Camacho 24, got the 304s here. Really nice. He drew these. And we're considering doing some type of playing card thing too. So this is, me on a snowboard, the chainsaw, girl with the butterfly tattoo here. Butterfly tattoos here, nose ring with a dog. crack pipe in hand and stuff. So the playing card, and again, this was all his idea. He did all these. They're really cool. Here's some other examples of other cards that could be Nag, Chad Solo, Poisoned Ivy, Ex-Princess Leia, It's Time, with cops here in the jail. Send the Asteroid, so it's kind of like a shout out to AJ's one. Girl Math, Johnny Friend Simp. Oh, Friend Simp. Okay, look at this one here. Johnny Friend Simp. So these just might be his rough ideas. Florence Addygale, which is funny for Adderall instead of Florence Nightingale. This one's probably one of the best ones. Kevin Samuels, Sacred Kevin Sammy, the Presbyterian. See, he's like a saint here. George the Toolman the Third. So these are really cool. Here's another. So we might use some of these as badges. This is a little letter that he wrote. Inner Circle Beaver might be a badge. Tick Defeater. A boot stomping on a tick. So we might kind of dress these up and use these as badges, because I want to make this stuff that users have created. Inner Circle Beaver, building the dam for militia, a mental militia. So these are all really cool. And just to show it again, this is Red Door made me a really cool legit dream catcher months ago, but I want to show some support to the subscribers here. This is like a duck feather, because I spend a lot of time on the water. This is an arrowhead, and see, this is like an intricate pattern. It's not all symmetrical. It's almost like a spirals in. All made from, this is nice leather here and stuff. This is just something I actually found this at a gas station, but I thought it looked pretty cool. And I have it next to the Red Door thing. This is like an Inuit pencil drawing. So I just wanted to show off some other stuff that you guys have been doing. And speaking of which, we're going to do an Evil Eddie one right now and take a small weed hitting break. I'll be right back. Thanks for showing up and being involved. Evil Eddie made this music as well. This is also user created. I mean, subscriber created. Like a family here. Play another banger from Evil Eddie too. Check him out. He did all this on his own.
Yeah. Life gets weird sometimes. Might as well ride the wave.
Yeah, smoke break. I'll play a few. I'm gonna play a few things from various subscribers.
Everybody running in the same old lane, but somewhere underneath the noise, people still connect to simple joys. Late night talks and coffee steam, laughing hard about a strange old dream. Patterns hidden all around, funny little clues we finally found. Watching out for danger signs, helping friends read between the lines, sharing stories face to face, trying to make the world a better place. So we ride through the strange, keeping cool while the world rearranges. We are surfing life together. Sunny skies or stormy weather, talking weird till morning light, keeping each other feeling alright. Surfing life, surfing life, grooving through reality tonight. Old guitars and dashboard lights, deep conversations through endless nights, talking aliens, dreams and fate, while every system operates late. Someone spots another clue, someone else brings a different view. Every mind adds something real, helping everybody slowly heal. No one has it figured out, that's what all this is about. Different people finding flow, learning as we drift and grow. So we ride through the haze, finding meaning in 100 ways. We are surfing life together. Sunny skies or stormy weather, talking weird till morning light, keeping each other feeling alright. Surfing life.
Talented, intelligent, funny, free-thinking people here. Hardworking people, good people. Good crowd here. No one does any bullshit, says anything negative.
Windows down on an open road.
I think Clayton said that he was #1 in his division for the Southeast of his truck driving company. Something like that, if I recall.
Good people still exist.
Yes, I love this mental militia idea, Yorgi. That's actually pretty awesome. Maybe that's what we'll call one of the memberships or something. So, the channel's rising like crazy because we're not putting out slop. That's why. And Evil Eddie's made a bunch of these, not just for me, you know. So,
we are surfing life together.
But he's made one once a week for me, and they've all been pretty dope.
Sharing truth and good ideas, helping each other through the years. Surfing life, surfing life, still grooving through the endless night. Keep your eyes open, keep your people close, and keep surfing.
Steve Letty right here. The whole like playlist of these. I enjoy them in my free time as well. This guy is a subscriber too, who's like cooking on the piano too.
Hey everybody, Terrence Shiner here, and this time I'm gonna do a little Stevie Wonder right here. Isn't she lovely?
This guy is nasty. I think he owns like a piano store or something. Early on subscriber. I like piano a lot. It's actually really beautiful. He didn't create this song. This is like a Ray Charles song, but just wanted to, show some other users. There's another guy, Pat Dupree, that plays piano, keyboard, and guitar and stuff on the channel as well. In fact, I'll put his name up. Yeah, Stevie Wonder or something like that, yeah. Isn't she lovely, I think? Yeah, isn't she lovely? TJ Hannaford, 524, this guy. So props to him. And now back to your programming.
In the country. Bartending apparently wasn't just a job, it was her career. Police say she and her boyfriend lost their gigs, so they turned to violence. How police say they know that this woman and her boyfriend are the ones responsible for a nightlife legend. In the
Cool,
shocking
Captain
place,
Palsy.
police tracked
Nice.
that female suspect down. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. Before we get into this episode of On the Case, Got a big story to talk about today. I also want to talk about a big sponsor of this. Your first tank of gas. Police bartender at a San Francisco. This story. Her name is Asia Lozano Morton. She's 25 years old, and Asia worked as a bartender at a San Francisco strip club called the Condor Club. Now, we're not just talking about some sketchy adult cabaret strip joint. It's a legendary institution of the Bay Area. In fact, it's considered the first topless bar in the United States. It opened back in 1964. This is a historical landmark. Now, Asia's boss at that bar was a man named Mark Calgagni. Mark was the longtime manager of the Condor Club, and a colleague told the San Francisco Chronicle that Mark was a larger-than-life figure, and he would be on the Mount Rushmore of San Francisco nightlife. According to his Facebook page, it also appears that Mark was a proud dad. The strip club world, it obviously can be a sketchy one, but it does seem like, from what people are saying, that Mark Calgagni wasn't that type of person. A former employee told local media that Mark would be remembered as someone who demanded respect for dancers and gave opportunities. And that perhaps makes what happens next so shocking. It was in the early morning hours of October 3rd that police in Santa Rosa, California, which is north of San Francisco, received a shots fired call. And these gunshots happened in a place that typically doesn't see a lot of crime. It's quite an upscale neighborhood, a quiet place, like the spot that people would be out walking.
I've never
their
been out
dogs
west
at
of San
6:30 in the
Francisco
morning
or anything.
when they say all of this went down. But when they responded, they found
But I have heard that San Francisco used to be like an amazing city, like one of the best cities in the world, but now it's just like a piece of garbage. It's like literally like shit everywhere.
man who had been shot 5 times. That man was dead. That man was Mark Calgagni. Now, the Condor Club put up this post just a couple days.
Hey, he was an easy mark. Oh!
later on its Instagram when this murder was still unsolved. A post that reads, quote, "We are deeply saddened to confirm the tragic loss of our beloved general manager, Mark Calgagni. Mark was the heart and soul of Condor Club and a cherished figure in the North Beach community." That's the San Francisco neighborhood where the club's located. Again, the Condor Club, we're not talking about some sketchy strip joint. This was a business actually recognized.
It is a sketchy strip joint, sort of. You're going to hire someone at a topless bar who has no tits.
As a legacy business in San Francisco. And working there apparently was a big deal if you are an aspiring bartender like Asia Morton is. Now, she actually has a LinkedIn profile that reads, quote, "I'm here to further my experience in bartending. I've been bartending for about 5 years now and owned my own mobile bar business. This is something that I love to do and enjoy."
And you also hoe and do drugs on the side.
Doing on a daily basis. But it seems that something did not sit right with Mark about how Asia was going about her job, because Mark reportedly fired Asia from the Condor Club. It's unclear why. Asia also was reportedly dating a bar back at Condor, his name, Richard Lund. Lund was nearly 20 years older than Morton. He's 43 years old.
And he's a
The two of
dog.
them lived together in Dublin, California. That's east of San Francisco. And Mark fired Lund as well. So these two were out of a job at a place where apparently they really like to work, and they allegedly had an axe to grind. And they allegedly did grind that axe by turning to violence. Police arrested Lund and Morton for allegedly killing Condor Club manager Mark Calgagni. This is what police say went down. Police say Morton's boyfriend Lund waited outside Mark's house, waiting for him to come home from work. It was around 6:30 in the morning, and he allegedly fired 5 shots, killing Mark, and then sped away in a RAV4 SUV.
Did she have a butterfly? Oh, it's like a 4-leaf clover thing. I thought that was maybe like a butterfly ring thing.
5 shots, killing Mark, and then sped away in a RAV4.
I don't think it was 5 shots. I think it was shots.
SUV. Now, you think of where all of this happened. In a neighborhood that doesn't see a lot of crime. It's 6:30 in the morning, so people are awake. Someone might actually be out for a walk. This was a neighborhood where homes are right next to each other. There's probably Ring doorbell cameras all over the place, and police were able to track Richard Lund down. They say they have Lund's car, the RAV4. One big question at this point, though, where's the gun? To our understanding, the murder
You think if she's in it, they call it a Rav whore?
weapon has not been found. Now, police say Lund may have allegedly pulled the trigger, but
Look at this 304 right here, guys. Oh my
Morton
God.
was involved in this.
So here's another thing too. Just as a general health thing, it's not really too bad on her. If you have a bunch of white shit on your tongue, that's like yeast and fucking mold and like candida and stuff like that. Watch out for shit like that on these 304s
as well.
You put your Johnson in there. That'll be the yeast of your worries.
According to police, the former strip club bartender
exactly
allegedly helped plan this attack. She's now facing a charge of accessory to murder. It's unclear at this point specifically what
the tongue has seen a lot of tongue and groove construction.
Police have on her, tying her to what her boyfriend allegedly did. While Lund was arrested at the couple's home in Dublin.
So she might have pulled the trigger and the guy drove off or something like that. So I guarantee she's just going to try to throw him under the bus, but they each probably went in on it, but it was probably like her idea. Because this doesn't sound very thought out. Okay, it's the summertime and it's light out at freaking 5:30. So let's go shoot somebody at 6:30 in the morning. That's broad daylight essentially, and it's very quiet outside too.
California. Morton was out of the country. She was arrested at San Francisco International Airport. She was arriving home from a trip to Spain, according to the East Bay Times. Police say while that trip, the timing, bit unusual, perhaps suspicious that she would go out of the country around the time that police were investigating a murder that she allegedly helped plan. They say at this point it is unrelated to Mark's murder. But now she and Lund are both facing serious charges. Police have said on the record that they believe that Lund and Morton acted on the rage they had.
Sea turtle sounds like a fat chick tattooed to me, kind of. It's probably more of like a semen turtle, if anything.
For allegedly being fired by Mark. But they're also still exploring if there's more information about that. What else could have contributed to this murder? Now, police are still piecing together the timeline of events, and at this point, they have not said just how long Richard Lund may have been waiting outside of Mark's house before he allegedly killed him. Lund and Morton have both made their first court appearances in Sonoma County, California. That's where Santa Rosa is. It does appear that Lund is still being held without bond on a charge of murder, as well as 2 counts of illegally possessing a gun. He's also facing several enhancements to his charges because he's already a felon. According to the Press Democrat newspaper, Lund in 2005 was convicted on charges including burglary, statutory rape, and assault with a deadly weapon. Joining us now to talk more about this case is retired detective and law enforcement instructor Matt Irvine. Thank you for being with us on Law and Crime. I know you know the area of San Francisco well. From not only being born there, but your career in Northern California. What stood out to you, just your initial reaction when you heard of this story?
Well, the most notable thing for me is that this story revolves around what is actually a pretty famous institution in the San Francisco area. The Condor Club is not your typical kind of run-of-the-mill seedy strip club in some industrial corner of town. It's right in the heart of the kind of historic entertainment district of San Francisco in North Beach. It's a club that opened in the late 50s as a jazz club. They hired a waitress named Carol Doda in the early 60s, and when she took to the stage and took off her top in 1964, she created the first topless club in the U.S. Later became the first bottomless club in the U.S. For years, there was a giant neon kind of cartoon figure of Carol Doda outside the Condor Club that had blinking red lights in the middle of her chest. Her act famously had her lowered on a piano at the start of her act and then raised up at the end. And the club first kind of had some infamy a few decades ago when a bouncer and a dancer decided to engage in some after-hours activity on top of the piano, somehow triggered the cable mechanism, and the piano rose up into the ceiling, crushing the bouncer to death and trapping the woman underneath him for hours until the club opened in the morning and somebody rescued her. So it's a storied place. It's got quite a colorful history. It's actually sort of a historic landmark in this city of San Francisco. So that was the first thing that stuck out to me, other than obviously the specifics of this homicide.
The story of the bouncer is incredible. By the way, I didn't know that. I mean, that's an episode for another day. When it comes to this shooting, because you have the victim in this case was the manager of the Condor Club, and I guess he was just an institution at this place. Everyone knew him. And then reportedly, Richard Lund and Asia Lozano Morton, who were the two suspects in this case, they had been let go by the club. And eventually you have, on October 3rd, early hours of the morning, the victim, Mark Hal Cagney, he's found dead outside his house. For detectives who are called to this scene, what is kind of those initial moments where you don't know who this person is? You know he has 5 bullet wounds in him, and you don't know who did it. How does this investigation begin?
So the specifics of this investigation are going to be really interesting, because the area where Mr. Galgani was killed is it's a major street. It's in a kind of upper middle class part of Santa Rosa. In the early morning, I think they've estimated this is happening sometime between about 5 and 6:30 in the morning. This is a place where people are getting up and getting ready for work. They're getting their kids ready for school. They're walking dogs. So it's if you're trying to get away with a homicide undetected, this is a pretty lousy time and place to do it. So that's a good thing for the police in this case. There's going to be no shortage of potential witnesses, no shortage of potential digital evidence in terms of Ring cameras and other kinds of home security systems. So when the detectives get there, the first thing they're going to do, obviously, is just secure the immediate scene. And then very quickly after that, usually with the assistance of patrol officers, they're going to do a very intense canvass of the immediate area. And again, I think in an area like this, and with 5 shots ringing out in a quiet neighborhood, there's going to be no shortage of people that could potentially have seen or heard something helpful to the investigation.
And apparently, Mark Calcagni, he was coming home from work. So, I mean, when you work in that that industry, the work night ends in the early hours of the morning.
It makes you an easy mark.
And then that is when they say that Richard Lund and Asia Morton were waiting for him outside his home. It is interesting as you describe that neighborhood, because I also think of Ring doorbell cameras. And if you were going to get away with murder, this seems like the type of place, as I understand it, where there would be cameras that police could use to at least see what happened. And then in this case, they also seem to have known that it was a RAV4 that they were driving, and that really narrows things down.
Absolutely. There's going to be not only Ring cameras, but even more sophisticated home security systems in a neighborhood like this.
Guys, you can't get away. And look at this guy. Look at this. Garbage ass art, this Target garbage ass slop right here. And this guy's background. Shame on him. This is modern art. This is something from Target. Look at this piece of garbage right here. This better be like a hotel or something like that. Guys, we have to cover some modern art. They have complete trash. Modern art is just essentially like money laundering. It's like insulting how bad it is. Yori puts in fun fact. Belgian, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. We're called working devils by the insurrectionists in Congo before getting independence from Belgium in the 60s. Cool. I went to Crazy Horse Strip Club in SF in San Francisco in 2023. It was the worst club I've been to. Sad, desperate dancers in there. No alcohol allowed in a strip club? What? Wow. I don't go to strip clubs. I don't even actually think I've ever been to a strip club. There's not many of them around where I live. Where I used to live, there was like kind of like one, but I don't know. I just, I guess I'm kind of missing out. I guess that's something I just have never done. I mean, I like titties as much as the next guy, but I don't know. I just haven't been to it. we go.
Very likely traffic cameras.
I'm drinking some sake tonight. It tastes like bad, but it gives you a good buzz. And I got like real like Japanese sake. It's like 15% alcohol, but it kind of like gets you like it doesn't taste good, but it kind of gives you a unique buzz like afterward. It's actually like kind of good. And I got some. So basically, I went to this in Boston, this like real like Asian food store that has like stuff like right off the boat, and that's where you go get good shit. That's where you get herbs, spices, different mushrooms, different fish, like weird shit like that, teas, shit ton of teas and stuff like that. No, it's not worm sake, as far as I know. It's just it's from Japan. I think sake is like it's like a liquor made from like rice somehow. It's kind of like their vodka. It tastes, I don't know. I kind of like it actually. It's like 15%, so it doesn't. I don't know. It's kind of just kind of unique. Carlos is I'm from Portland. Sorry, going to strip club in my 20s. Slowed down since the cough. Yeah.
That would capture vehicles moving in and out of the.
But this art piece is garbage. That's like from Target. If this is this guy's house, and you see some art on the wall like this, just turn around and walk out. I wouldn't take this guy serious for anything.
Area.
That is NPC. Oops, damn, she looked kind of hot actually. That's NPC art right here. And for Yorgi and people from outside the United States, Target is this sign here. It's like a Target sign. And it's like for like white women that just buy like makeup and completely dumb shit.
Systems in a neighborhood like this, there are very likely traffic cameras that would capture vehicles moving in and out of the area. Yeah, I think it is
his office.
And so, yeah, this is going to be a evidence-rich environment. And then again, there's going to be no shortage of likely human witnesses, either eyewitnesses or ear witnesses to potentially the crime itself, and very likely the aftermath. And
I mixed it with some green tea,
which, as we understand in this case, may
like
involve Mr. Lund lying in wait.
I was just drinking it warm, though.
And that in the state of California makes this potentially a death penalty case. Lying in wait is one of those special circumstances that could make a homicide eligible for the death penalty.
That's kind of what I thought.
Once you would realize that,
I hope it is.
Mark Calcagni, the line of work that he was in, and to your point, I mean, the Condor Club, it seems like more like a kind of like a historic tourist attraction in San Francisco than it is a sketchy strip club in an industrial park that might have a lot of illegal activity going on. But when you find out that he worked in that industry, like as a detective, what kind of red flag or alarm does that set off of what this may be linked to?
Nice, Evil Eddie.
Well, this is certainly an industry, again, leaving the specifics of the Condor Club aside, this is an industry.
Yeah, I've dated a stripper and was my girlfriend for like a little. Well, she wanted to be my boyfriend for a little bit of time, but she was like a stripper at like card games and shit like that. I don't think I actually had like a real strip club, but she'd make a pretty good amount of money actually. But I didn't like hang out at the strip bar or anything like that. So they can be kind of fun to be around, to be honest, but just kind of temporarily, they're kind of too crazy, but they're fun as a party chick. Some of them do have a good heart, but they're kind of like retarded, or the way I would say is like they could actually be like very sweet sometimes. They're gonna be like, oh, but there's something shiny over there. There's something shiny. Oh, let's go get the shiny thing. So they're cooked. Their attention span is that of a goldfish.
That is often connected to organized crime and to just kind of people that are marginal and often not making the best choices in their lives. Again, I would not say that necessarily about the Condor Club, but more broadly, these are establishments where dancers are often subjected to exploitation and abuse, and oftentimes by managers or other people kind of with power and authority in the clubs. Sometimes dancers get fired because they push back against illegal or exploitative activities that are going on.
Just mouthy and talk a bunch of shit because they're on drugs and like bad circumstances and shit like that too. let's be honest, they're not always the best people.
On in the club. And so if I were investigating this, that's certainly something that I would be looking at.
And again, people are not going to a strip bar to get the best cocktail and the best food. Okay, that thing about her saying, "Oh, I want to be a bartender here." You want to be a bartender at like a very high-end hotel, a classy place, not just some strip club. I mean, I guess you might make good money, but if she had her own bar business, I don't know. I think that seems a bit weird. It's like, well, why don't you just do your own bar business instead of working at this place?
In this case, it sounds like, at least from what's
she was trying to put herself in the pole position.
being publicly reported, Mr. Kalgani was somebody that actually respected dancers, demanded that others respect them, worked often to get dancers promoted to managerial positions. That said, it's entirely possible that some people knew him that way, and there may have been another side to him and people who experienced him in a much less positive way. So that's certainly one of the things I'd be looking at in terms of potential motives in a case like this.
Yeah, and to your point, I mean, I've read, people have come out since his death, talking about how he was a, I think the term mentor was used, that he was someone who did not seem like a sketchy figure in a world where there is a lot of sketchy people. Asia Morton and Richard Lund, they were romantically involved, but she apparently had worked as a bartender, and that's in line with what I saw on her social media as well. And then Richard Lund was reportedly a bar back. So they weren't, I guess, key figures, you would think, in terms of people on stage or a manager or anything like that. But they were involved, and they were reportedly let go.
Guys, he was a bar back at like 45 years old, which I'm not saying is, I'm not hating on someone who's doing that, but it's not like I don't think he had many other prospects. I guess I'll put it that way. So he probably was in a position where he had to delete something like that. He's dating this chick, and this chick probably needed a ton of money. They were spending a lot and stuff like that. Yeah, I think I've actually been with a couple strippers. One time she was really well. One of them was a stripper, but she was just doing it to get through college, and she actually was not like a crazy 304. She was actually a very nice person. Kind of like an Asian one too, but she was like making a really good amount of money. I kind of forgot about that. You kind of forget the chicks that you've been with for a short amount of time over time. But she was a keeper, actually, believe it or not.
And that might
no tattoos or anything either.
Been a motivating factor in this. How do you, once you realize, okay, this guy is the manager of the Condor Club, you go to the club, how do you start figuring out if he had any issues with anyone that could potentially lead you to suspects?
But like when I said, when I dated them, I never went to a strip club or anything. I met them outside of it. I wouldn't want to go to a strip club and be like, that's my girlfriend. Like, I don't know. That would be weird. I guess it could be kind of cool, but it could be kind of weird too. I just didn't want to really like deal with it.
Well, this is a club that has a lot of employees. And so, yeah, you begin by questioning the employees. And I'm sure they've talked to a lot of the folks there about Mr. Lund, about Ms. Morton, about Mr. Kalgani, and any disputes or bad blood among them. I did see in some reporting that one of the other employees there claimed to have received a phone call from Ms. Morton in which she said something to the effect of, do you think I could get my job back if Mark was gone? That obviously would jump out as motive if it were true.
And is that something, as you're building a case, I mean, how critical is like that phone call? Because I could see a defense attorney, once this would eventually go to a trial, being like, well, she was looking for work, and that's the place where she worked, and maybe she had an issue with him, but she didn't murder him. What type of evidence do you need to actually tie someone? And in her case, it's an accessory to murder, so it's not being alleged that she was the one who pulled the trigger.
I think I could save her.
So you're right. A defense attorney can certainly argue that somebody can be upset.
I'll give it a shot. She gave it a shot.
And have bad blood.
You know what kind of gun she probably used? It was a .38 special revolver. because everything revolved around her. Oh,
and not necessarily have been involved in somebody's killing. In this case, I would be looking a lot at Ms. Morton's communications with other employees, with coworkers. I would also be looking.
I think the no tattoos is going to start to become popular again because it does really set somebody apart. It is classier. It's free. You know, and it does, having no tattoos for some people does mean a level of like purity and stuff. Like for me, it definitely does. Like the only thing I would maybe consider getting a tattoo of is if like my cat died or something like that. But even then I don't really quite know, but that would be maybe like something significant. Maybe I would do something like that, but I've never felt the need to really have one. And I do think tattoos help you get chicks and attention from the opposite sex, for sure. Evil Eddie wants to make her worse. He wants to spoil her. Oh!
Heavily into her communications with Mr. Lund. One of the things that struck me about this case is that Ms. Morton was allegedly traveling abroad at the time that the homicide happened. Now, that's not a trip that you just typically book at the spur of the moment. So presumably this was something that was in her calendar, and it may be that this homicide was planned with the idea that she would have an easy alibi, having been out of the country at the time that the murder occurred. However, it's very likely that she had some communications with Mr. Lund before and after this homicide, and those communications are likely to be captured in phone calls and text messages and other kinds of communications. So I think that that's going to be key evidence in this case.
And apparently she was arrested at SFO as she was arriving back from this international travel. How do you find out if Richard Lund isn't telling you where she is? Maybe friends don't know where she is. How do you find out that she may be, like, what resources do you have as police to find out, like, hey, she booked this ticket to go somewhere and she's going to be coming back?
So it's actually pretty hard to get good information from airlines without more specifics about where somebody is or when they're coming back. The best, easiest evidence in a case like this are their phones and their other kind of personal communication.
He's a dog too. Look at this. He's a dog.
Devices, laptops and tablets and things like that. Those things are basically walking GPS geolocators. And so if you can find her phone or other kinds of devices that have geolocation built into them, you can find the person.
And when it comes to
Carlos puts, I wanted a Captain Palsy puts, I wanted a tattoo. At one point I decided not to. I think that's good. If you start looking into tattoos more in another way, it's on a more of a spiritual type level. It's kind of like it's tattooing your aura in your flesh, and it's embedding that symbol into you. And they say that kind of like makes a portal. So if you do that, you sort of open yourself up to more of an entity. You kind of like make a hole in your aura a little bit, in a sense. It also might be toxic to the body. You are kind of like, scarring yourself on purpose, but there's other levels to it that aren't really quite talked about. So, but I've heard, like, because I would say I'm a relatively spiritual person. So if you have like what's called like your like etheric body around you, which is like a energy that's like 1 inch around your body, that's like the closest part of your aura, you're going in and like scarring that and fucking it up. And that's generally probably not kind of good. And the symbol that you have on it, you now are like a representation of that symbol. And a lot of times people get dumb shit. Like we say, like, think about this. The butterfly tattoo is almost a manifestation of a chick being a 304. But maybe there's a chick who's not a 304 and gets the butterfly tattoo, then becomes one. I believe it can kind of work that way, to be honest with you. But again, I'm not telling anyone how to live. They can be cool and stuff, you know, but depending on what, like I work for myself. I have my own company. I could have tattoos, but to be honest, having no tattoos is way better for like sales and certain things, but sometimes it can maybe be an advantage as well. So it's just a little side point.
Because I know from like the media perspective, I was reading the Condor Club really isn't commenting. I know they put up a kind of a memorial post for Mark Kalgani, just memorializing his life. And I'm not surprised that, you know, strip clubs typically aren't the most open to media access because of the line of work they're in. In your experience, how cooperative are these types of places with law enforcement when you have a situation like this?
And typically, they're not terribly cooperative, again, because sometimes these businesses attract people that have had a lot of experience on the wrong side of the law. That said, it sounds like Mr. Kalgani was somebody that was really cared about within this community. And so they're going to be highly motivated to try to seek justice for him.
And then I keep thinking, going back to this being allegedly a planned murder of someone who, you know, a murder will make headlines, but if you kill the head of a notable club, like it's really going to make headlines. And for it to happen in this nice neighborhood where, I mean, even me sitting here, no police experience, none of that, like I would think about the surveillance cameras that would be in the area. I mean, how often have you had crimes where it's almost like as you're arresting the...
So I think when you're tattooing someone, you're also like taking on their energy as well. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like if you have sex with somebody, you kind of are like in an energy exchange. And if you're tattooing somebody or maybe even doing surgery on somebody or something like that, you kind of have an energy exchange with that person. And a lot of these people who are getting tattoos and stuff like that, why are they getting a tattoo? Because of a traumatic situation or of some problem they're going through as a representation of something bad. So, you know, that's one way to interpret it. You know, I do think people who do tattoo art are like, you know, legit artists and stuff though. So I will give them that. So it's not to diminish the trade. It's just not for me. I grew up in a pretty conservative Catholic type family and upbringing. It was like kind of like a TradCon simp basically a lot of my life. So it was never really in the cards for me.
People, there are just things going through your head about like, how were you not even thinking that?
Yeah, look at this dunderheaded through. And this is black-eyed nihilist. This is someone who will kill somebody. This is a little bit of the Tylenol brain eye. Just a black eye who will what? Kill somebody because they don't have any empathy. That's a little bit of a black-eyed nihilist. I don't think she had Tylenol brain. I think she was kind of with it. But that is the black-eyed nihilist who will kill somebody and walk away from it. And then make a stupid picture like this afterward on Instagram.
We wouldn't have access to a Ring doorbell camera or a surveillance camera. And you're doing this at between 5 and 6 o'clock in the morning when a lady's going to be out walking her dog.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, we love to watch these heist movies, these caper movies, you know, Ocean's 11 and the like that show these master criminals involved in these brilliant schemes. And
Flintstone's chewable Tylenol and cherry
criminals
flavor.
Aren't very bright. Most crimes aren't very well planned. And this seems like one of those. This is a lousy plan for a premeditated.
Maybe they did take Tylenol, actually. Maybe they did have Tylenol brain, because that's a Tylenol brain type thing where it's something so like, I'm going to have to do a whole show on Tylenol brain, because when you're dealing with somebody who has Tylenol brain, the paradigm of how they do things is so retarded that it makes you retarded a little bit, because you have to lower your level of thinking. it's like someone taking a boat out that has holes in it and they don't understand that the boat is like sinking, but they just keep bailing it out and never fixing it. It's shit like that, where it's just like I shouldn't have to explain the whole concept of any of this to you.
Conspiracy to commit murder. It just does not seem very well thought out, but that's not unusual.
Yeah, and you know, I think for police,
my friend coined the term Tylenol brain to me, but once he did that, a lot clicked for me, and I'm telling you, it's so true. It's a big it's really a big problem in America. It's like an autism light type thing. But it's a redundancy factor, and I already started kind of making like a mathematical equation about it. But as far as online and stuff, AJ's show and everything, I'm the one who started saying Tylenol brain. But my friend is the one who invented it, because I was dealing with a customer. Basically, the guy works for me, and we were dealing with a customer that just kept making no sense. And I'm bending over backwards, trying to help him, trying to figure out his mindset on how to cut the trees for this guy and stuff like that. And my friend said, like, well, he has Tylenol brain. And I was like, well, what do you mean by that? It's like, well, he's kind of like retarded, like he just has Tylenol. And once he said that, everything made sense. And you understand that you once I explain it to you, you're going to start seeing it all over the place. But once you understand it, it makes you feel a little bit better, not better, but you can compute what's happening a little bit more, because otherwise you drive yourself crazy trying to think of their thought process, but their thought process has a redundancy factor of the Tylenol brain. It just does. And I'll go into that deeper.
It's a great thing because you're able to put a case together. I mean, clearly Richard Lund, Asia Morton, they will have their days in court and, be able to explain their side of the story.
Brain
but
is
when you
huge.
look at the evidence at this
Tylenol brain episode could be how we go crazy viral for real. It's actually a big deal. I'm telling, this is a huge deal that no one's talking about, and it affects businesses. It affects logistics. It's a redundancy factor. So anything you want to do in life or with groups of people will be hindered by this redundancy factor.
point, it seems like they have the car. There's some sort of, we'll see, they were able to tie her into the planning of it, which to your point seems like it could be something about text messages that she sent. Seems like there's a strong case, but we'll see how it plays out in the court of law. Matt Irvine, retired detective, law enforcement instructor. Thank you as always for being with us.
Awesome. So this is not, the next thing I want to show you is not user created, but it's by an artist that I do like called Akira the Dawn, which takes basically speeches and stuff and makes music about it. Because I'm going to do another smoke break. I'm going to keep getting lit. But I think you guys will actually enjoy this, even though he's being a dog. I think this guy self-deleted, though. But he was a philosopher called David Foster Wallace. But I think this beat is actually pretty dope. Just give it some time. Listen to this message, and I'm going to step out on my deck and get lit.
There happen to be whole, large parts of adult American life that nobody talks about in mental speeches. One such part involves boredom, routine, and petty frustration. The parents and older folks here will know all too well what I'm talking about. By way of example, let's say it's an average adult day and you get up in the morning, go to your challenging white-collar college graduate job, and you work hard for 8 or 10 hours,
And at the end of the day, you're tired and somewhat stressed, and all you want is to go home and have a good supper and maybe unwind for an hour and then hit the sack early, because of course you have to get up the next day and do it all again. But then you remember there's no food at home. You haven't had time to shop this week because of your challenging job. And so now after work, you have to get in your car and drive to the supermarket. It's the end of a work day and the traffic is apt to be very bad. So getting to the store takes way longer than it should. And when you finally get there, the supermarket is very crowded because of course it's the time of day when all the other people with jobs also try to squeeze in some grocery shopping. And the store is hideously fluorescently lit and infused with soul-killing Muzak or corporate pop. And it's pretty much the last place you want to be. But you can't just get in and quickly out. You have to wander all over the huge, overlit store's confusing aisles to find the stuff you want. And you have to maneuver your junky cart through all these other tired, hurried people with carts. And eventually, you get all your supper supplies, except now it turns out there aren't enough checkout lanes open, even though it's the end of the day rush. So the checkout line is incredibly long, which is stupid and infuriating. Stupid and infuriating. Which is stupid and infuriating. Stupid and infuriating. But you can't take your frustration out on the frantic lady working the register, who is overworked at a job whose daily tedium and meaninglessness surpasses the imagination of any of us here at a prestigious college. But anyway, you finally get to the checkout line's front and you pay for your food and get told to have a nice day in a voice that is the absolute voice of death. And then you have to take your creepy, flimsy plastic bags of groceries in your cart with the one crazy wheel that pulls maddeningly to the left, all the way out through the crowded, bumpy, littery parking lot. And then you have to drive all the way home through slow, heavy, SUV-intensive rush hour traffic, et cetera, et cetera. Everyone here has done this, of course, but it hasn't yet been part of you graduates' actual life routine, day after week, after month, after year, 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 day after week, after month, after year. But it will be. And many more dreary, annoying, seemingly meaningless routines besides. But that is not the point. The point is that petty, frustrating crap like this is exactly where the work of choosing is going to come in. Because the traffic jams and crowded aisles and long checkout lines give me time to think. And if I don't make a conscious decision about how to think and what to pay attention to, I'm going to be pissed and miserable every time I have to shop. Because my natural default setting is the certainty that situations like this are really all about me, about my hungriness and my fatigue and my desire to just get home. And it's going to seem for all the world like everybody else is just in my way. And who are all these people in my way? And look at how repulsive most of them are and how stupid and cow-like and dead-eyed and non-human they seem in the checkout line. Or at how annoying and rude it is that people are talking loudly on cell phones in the middle of the line. And look at how deeply, personally unfair this is. Or, of course, if I'm in a more socially conscious liberal arts form of my default setting, I can spend time in the end of the day traffic being disgusted about all the huge, stupid, lane-blocking SUVs and Hummers and V12 pickup trucks burning their wasteful, selfish 40-gallon tanks of gas. And I can dwell on the fact that the patriotic or religious bumper stickers always seem to be on the biggest, most disgustingly selfish vehicles, driven by the ugliest. This is an example of how not to think. Day after week, after month, after year. 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 Day after week, after month, after year.
And one more. This one is this is subscriber created. So I want to include some subscriber created ones. That one was not. I just wanted to clarify that. But this is one of another subscriber from the channel.
On Law and Crime, we
Remember that? You old like me. God.
Oh crap! Sorry, I was kind of muted for a little bit and I had messed something up. My bad. But let's check in on this chick here. She's kind of interesting. This is her newest video, and let's check in on her.
Damn it. Well, while this is drying, you know what I miss playing? Banjo-Kazooie. Do you remember that? You old like me. I don't know, just lately I've been really thinking about being an adult. It's not like I thought it would be. I was really looking forward to it too. I was excited about picking out my own clothes, finding my style, obviously falling in love. I just knew that I would find my friend group and all that stuff. And of course, I just knew that I would find the perfect job. Can you believe I was actually excited about working? I was genuinely excited. And you know why it was probably is because all of those TV shows that used to come on in the 90s, I used to watch Just Shoot Me and Seinfeld and what else? There was a lot of TV shows back then. A lot of the shows were about.
And see this fake ass, swag ass Target level Target Dreamcatcher. That's not the real shit that Red Door made. This is like remember how I said that Target painting was dog shit? That's like the equivalent in that corner right there. And by the way, she's an artist. This is her art that's up on this wall. But anyways, I don't really want to criticize her. I do actually kind of like her videos. It's the point, just as to set examples. I don't really have a problem with her.
Work, girlfriends, and living single. Those were centered around work and having a job because that was life. You know, it makes sense now that I'm thinking about it. But when I was a kid, I really mentally, I used to really picture myself in a Just Shoot Me type of. If you don't know what Just Shoot Me was, let me read from Google. This ensemble comedy is about the inner workings of a high.
So it's some slop program garbage is where she wants her ideals to come from. Is this shit where David Spade is simping across a corporate hellscape?
Style magazine owned by Jack Gallo, who has hired his quick-tempered but talented daughter Maya to write for the publication. And I didn't really understand why I liked that show, but I'm like, oh, that makes sense. I mean, it's about a magazine. I ended up being a more artistically inclined individual. And my last job, I was a writer.
Yeah, but you're not an art. She's not making any art. She keeps the same painting up that's over here and doesn't show any art on her channel or anything. So you're not an artist. You're not even just making anything.
For proposals, and before then I've always done graphic design, so yeah, you could see how that would appeal to me, even though I didn't know that that's what I was going to end up doing at the time. And I don't even think I really knew what I wanted to be when I grew up. I just kind of thought that life just unfolds itself to you as you get older, as you get close.
And therein is your problem. Life just rearranges exactly how you want it to all the time. She's been hot her whole life, so that kind of has already been able to happen to her, and she still is not taking advantage of that and capitalizing on it.
Closer to the next step then the path just opens up and just like reveals itself to you. I've wanted to make this video for a long time, but I'm still not totally confident that I have the exact words to say. But here is one thing. I do not think the clarity is coming. I've been waiting for the path to open up in front of me
Probably
for what I was
Yorgi,
supposed
yeah.
to do next. And it never happened. In fact, the more I've gone on the path, the more I've been like, I can't be going the right way. No, I must have made a wrong turn at Albuquerque or something. So I have a fine arts degree from
Albuquerque, New Mexico. Oh!
Georgia State University. I do not know where my diploma is. I think my grandma has it because I was living with her when I graduated.
I just want to show one thing here too, where they show that football thing.
Can't be going the right way. No, I must have made a wrong turn at Albuquerque or something. So I have a fine arts degree from Georgia State University.
Shit, sorry.
Kept all
You know that, like,
think my
basic
grandma-
what basically I was trying to point out, it's just hard to pause it at that time, is that that like furry thing is kind of like, or that the costume they have is like a furry, and it's kind of like degenerate and stupid, like mascots and stuff like that. Think of how like stupid that look. It's just kind of like very childish. It's Disney. It's like a Disney thing. You know what I mean? Like we need I don't know. It's just kind of silly.
has it because I was living with her when I graduated, and I think she doesn't know where it is either. I don't know. I kept all the artwork that I got when I got into the fine arts program in a big portfolio that I kept in the trunk of my car for like 2 years. And all
Because you didn't give a shit about it. That's the problem.
weather, when it was raining, when it was hot, and I just didn't give a fuck about it because
Yeah, that's what your problem was. You never gave a shit about anything. Guys, she had it hot. She had like pretty privilege or something, if you want to like call it, had to quantify it as something like that, her whole life. And like all the DEI benefits and even everything, like she could have had any opportunity. She could have just married a rich guy and been like, hey, I pretend to sell art up in my art studio here. I guarantee you she was probably offered those type of opportunities and stuff like that.
by the time I graduated from college, the path that I thought was going to open did not. I'm sure I'm not the only person who is dealing with the bullshit that is adult life. So here's the thing about being a kid who is good at art. When you're told when you're a kid that you're a great artist, that really just means that you can draw better than the other kids. Maybe when you draw something, it looks
You're not an artist. You just told us that you don't care about being an artist.
a little bit more realistic. That doesn't necessarily.
What I'm trying to say, guys, even if you like, you know what I'm saying? Even if she just wanted to sell art that was shitty, people would have bought it. Modern art is trash anyways. So she had a very low bar to compete with, and I guarantee you was hanging around all these types. She's at an art school for years. You know what I mean? Like you're in the pool of people that make all these type of deals happen and stuff like that. So, you know what I'm saying? Like the networking for her should be fairly simple, I would imagine.
Mean that you're excellent. I don't remember what grade I was in exactly, but
They used to call it like greasing the palms, greasing the skid, but now they call it like Huck Tua on the palm, Huck Tua on the skids.
something I made ended up going to like an art show, and like the teacher had submitted it somewhere, and I just remember, stuff like that happening to me a lot when I was a kid. Like I made this clay jar in middle school, and it had like leaves around it. I had made like the handle on the lid of the jar was like a tiger, and I had painted it with stripes on it. And honestly, I'm picturing it, and that thing looks ugly as hell. But my teacher said, she asked me if she could put it in the case in the front of the school, and And I said no because I wanted to take it home and show it to my mom, which was whack of me. I wish I had put it in the case so I could have displayed all my artisticness, but I just wasn't really thinking big. I don't really think I was really thinking that big about my art. I also loved anime and cartoons. I grew up watching Toonami. I loved Inuyasha. I've actually been rewatching Inuyasha recently. I used to watch Inuyasha every single morning on Cartoon Network. It used to come on from 5 to 6 a.m. I would get up and make sure I would watch it every morning because I didn't want to miss it, you know? And it was like the whole thing that was waking me up in the morning so I could go to high school. Cowboy Bebop, Samurai Champloo.
And remember how she says she's not a nerd and stuff? She'll say she's not a nerd, but then say something like that. That means like, yeah, you're kind of a nerd if you just said you can't get up in the morning unless you want to see this like anime cartoon. That's what someone would say about that. It's just it's crazy.
Champloo. I loved Miyazaki. I loved how vibrant all the stories were. And if you were playing with me as a kid, bitch, we were on all fours fucking replaying The Lion King.
Yeah, look at that. That's exactly what she was doing. This is what I was trying to say. These are like the sports figures at college and stuff like that. These mannequins who are like, it's kind of like, you know, I don't know, just silly. I guess that's just bred in circuses, I suppose.
From start to finish. Like I was that kid that if we found a stick on the playground, we were fucking playing Harry Potter. Like I have a wand right now that I.
What was that image?
Stories were, and if you were playing with me as a kid, bitch, we were on all fours fucking replaying The Lion King from start to.
So replaying a Disney movie. She has a little bit of Disney brain and Tylenol brain. Maybe that's why she's neurodivergent. Because I will call a Tylenol brain an actual legit like neurodivergent disorder.
Finish. Like I was that kid that if we found a stick on the playground, we were fucking playing.
Yeah, what is this? Like, what the hell even is this? It's like a demon. It's like these demons banging each other. Look at this. What the So wait a minute. These are like Harry Potter people and stuff. I never really watched Harry Potter, so I'm not sure, but this is like kind of crazy.
Harry Potter, like I have a wand right now that I keep on my balcony, and I'm pretty sure there's something Lion King around here.
That's Disney brain. This is Disney brain.
Didn't have to go that far. Bloop. Got
this is Disney brain.
him from the Disney store when I visited Orlando a couple weeks ago. I just
You probably stole it and will return it when you go back.
I just loved using my imagination, and deep down, I really wanted to be a graphic novelist. I wanted to make webcomics, and I wanted to use digital art to tell my stories. One of the stories that I've been working on.
But you haven't been making art and just said you don't give a shit about art. This is what drives me insane. Oh my God.
Since high school is actually about dragons that come from like different elemental nations, but then Avatar: The Last Airbender.
Hey, she didn't like Dragon Ball Z. She liked Dragon Balls across them titties. She liked Dragon BALLZ. That's what she liked.
Bender came out when I was 14, and I was like, they stole my idea. And so now I can never make it because Avatar already did an amazing job. So I'm like, been recently rewatching that one as well. Still excellent. Absolutely holds up well. Apparently they're making a new one. They had made Korra. I didn't like Korra. I didn't even finish it. Did you watch?
So there's Disney brain, but there might also be like Harry Potter brain. Because some of these people, they love Harry Potter and stuff. And like you ask sometimes what they've like the last book they read, they're like, oh, I went and like reread Harry Potter series. And I'm like, come on, like, oh my, I guess the books really do bring them a lot of pleasure, but I'm saying like, it's just kind of, can you get get some new ideas going here. Interesting.
I ask you, do you care? Are you a nerd like I am? I don't know. But I never really took being an artist seriously as a career.
No kidding.
Identified as an artist. I knew I was good at it, but I never.
You can't identify as an artist and LARP as one like some Harry Potter bullshit if you're not in the game. This is my point. If you're like a musician or playing music because you love it, you're just gonna do that because it's like you're like channeling the shit. You like have to do it. There's like this Italian sculptor who says that the only salvation in life is work, and he was a sculptor, so he means like his work, his art was like him finding salvation, so he could like become obsessed and solely focused on it and stuff like that, mastering it, things like that. So what I'm saying is she didn't really give a shit about it. Like, at what point are you going to like kind of give a shit about something? But if you like are a singer, you sing. If you like play the piano, you're always going to just want to play the piano and like keep practicing it and eventually like make money. Like those people who are street performers are actually like crazy talented at musical instruments and stuff. Like, they're just not maybe like able to market themselves. Like, have you guys ever seen like some of these people that play like a guitar, a keyboard, drums, and like harmonica and like sing and all this shit? They're doing like 5 instruments as like one thing. Those people are like way more talented than a lot, but they like have to do it. They're willing to kind of be like semi-homeless to do that, passion that they have.
It never felt like a real career path to me because art is so subjective. And I just hoped that my true career path would just become clear to me along the way. And it just never did. By the time I graduated high school, I knew I was going to college. Like, it was never a question. My mom went to college. My friends were all going to college. So I just knew. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to college too. I'd been going to school my whole life, I was just talking to my mom today. We were talking about one of my cousins who dropped out of college. We were talking about what a waste of time for her to have spent all that time and money going to school only for her to drop out. And she was like, well, some people just aren't good at school. And I was just like, I don't get it. I was a mediocre student when I was in school, but I've been going to school like my entire life. It was all I knew. I couldn't even imagine just finishing high school and then immediately being thrust.
So that's someone who admittedly has school brain, Disney brain, Harry Potter brain, all in one, and maybe even some Tylenol brain. That's why she's just not getting after it. But she literally had the world by the balls.
Into the adult world, like college was just always it was like the next level of school, just like when I went from elementary school to middle school and from middle school to high school, I went from high school to college, it just felt like a natural progression to me. Being an adult in the real.
So that's just her being an influencer right there and just like saying like obvious bullshit.
Adult world, that was the true frightening, scary thing to me.
That's why you kept going to college.
Stain dried. Well, it's mostly dry. But as far as what I was going to college for, that was something that I just wasn't sure. I'd picked some other talents, along the way. I had been a thespian when I was in high school.
A lesbian. She's doing that tug and groove construction.
School. That's just a fancy word to say that I was an actress, not a sexual orientation. And for a while, I wanted to do acting. I remember being asked when I was in 10th grade what I wanted to do as a career. And I was like, I don't know, an actress. But, I didn't really take that seriously either. That's like saying you're going to be an artist.
Wait a minute. Time to think was the one book I keep hearing from chicks is Twilight. This is a good point. They do say that a lot. And then he says, at that point, I have an understanding of how their brain. So that they have Twilight brain, which is Twilight brain is just kind of more of like a Harry Potter, like vampire hoe. You're just kind of more of like that's the type they are. So they're kind of like an emo vampire hoe type chick. But they can't think like beyond that really.
Yes, that's not
and they'll reread that stuff like over and over.
real job. That's not one of those jobs where you go and you punch in and you have like coworkers sitting around you and working on projects and stuff like that and having office hijinks, you know? I just realized it wasn't.
But speaking of books, I've heard one book that's really good is Dante's Inferno, the Divine Comedy. And I kind of want to I'm considering like doing a video on it just to maybe see a like an elaborated version of it and then maybe go and like read it. Because I heard it's a little bit difficult to read. Lately, I've heard too many women talking about Lolita. It's yeah. POV of a cheater or something. Oops, excuse me. Yeah, but this is a good point. It's actually pretty funny.
Practical to me. By the time I actually got to college, I was.
And let's put in that's enough checking in from her because we've seen that before. I want to go to this. So we're gonna have to dissect one of these another time. I think it might be a heavy topic to just go off onto randomly. So actually, we'll go back to this dumb 304.
Undeclared for like a whole year. Oh, I forgot I said I was going to do this. Is that cool? Everybody has a microphone. I feel left out. This isn't even the microphone that I use. Anyway, by the time I got to college, I went undeclared for a whole year.
I want to play. I don't want to watch some slop. I want to play something that Evil Eddie has created. And I wanted to speak about culture as your operating system, which is this song is entitled. OS will mean operating system. So culture is your operating system is meaning like that is the dominant thing that everyone's doing around you. That is, the way it is. That is the established laws, established institutions, established algorithms and stuff, I guess, in some ways. So that has a big effect on people's lives. And like, for example, like capitalism is an operating system and et cetera, et cetera. Just a little background, but this is, we want to feature some music from Evil Eddie on here.
Culture is the operating system. Invisible architecture. Silent instruction set.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, for that Tylenol brain thing, time to think sheeple. No, we need subsections. So I only thought of Disney brain. When I said Disney brain, it kind of would encompass Twilight and Harry Potter, but we can make those a subsection of it because that's a flavor of it. So what they should have for the critical thinking and processing other information and being like quick in the moment to like process something and like pay attention driving or like not walking into you and shit like that. That is eaten up by Tylenol brain, but that can be in the flavor of like Disney brain and stuff because like they think stuff is kind of like a movie or something, so they don't like pay attention to their surroundings or something, I guess. It's a little hard to elaborate, but yeah, different levels of Tylenol brain, Twilight brain, Harry Potter brain. Yeah. A lot of millennials have Harry Potter brain. A lot of Gen Z has Twilight brain. That would be like the difference between those, I would say.
Running underneath civilization. Culture is the operating system, quiet in the background while the world keeps spinning. Invisible patterns shaping every instinct. Most people never stop long enough to think.
It's also 3:04 right now in the time of the stream. It's 3:04 right now. Oh, just changed to 3:05, but just wanted to shout out to all them 3:04s out there.
Fashion, language, fear, ambition, passed down like software with every tradition. Everybody sinking to the same transmission, calling freedom while obeying the system. Children inherit unfinished code, learning what to value before they grow old. What to worship, who to blame, who deserves comfort, who deserves shame. Invisible lines, invisible walls, invisible pressure shaping us all. Invisible code inside every row, quietly directing the modern soul. Culture OS, running smooth through the mind. Invisible architecture hidden deep behind. Culture OS, every trend, every role, programming the rhythm of the modern soul. Culture OS, installed without consent. Most people never question the environment. Everybody downloading social permission, building personalities through repetition. Screens glowing soft in the night vision, turning human beings into algorithmic decisions. Everybody chasing digital affection, curated lifestyles for public inspection. Metrics replacing human connection, validation loops become addiction. News cycles weaponize attention, fear becomes profitable intervention. Outrage spreads faster than reflection. Division sold as audience retention. Consume, repeat, identity built from the social feed. Like, share, swipe, obey. Another version every day. Culture OS, but run deep in the frame, telling people who to love and who to blame. Culture OS, quietly rewriting truth, manufacture reality injected through the youth. Culture OS, invisible command, most people never realize. They've been programmed. Cities glowing cold in neon weather. Everybody isolated together. Digital tribes forming forever. But nobody really understands each other. The rich sell dreams, the poor sell time. Everybody monetizing the human mind. Attention markets, dopamine streams. Human beings converted into data machines. But somewhere underneath the noise, there is still an authentic voice. Buried under years of conditioning, waiting underneath the system messaging. Question what you worship, question what you fear. Question every voice you were trained to hear. Question every symbol, every sacred trend. Every artificial conflict they defend. Disconnect long enough to breathe, and you begin to finally see how much of yourself was designed by forces operating behind the mind. Culture writes the defaults. Culture shapes perception. Culture creates normal. Culture edits memory. Culture defines beauty. Culture defines success. Culture defines failure. Culture defines excess. But culture is not nature, and code can be changed. Now the signal feels clear. The real revolution starts right here. Break the automatic flow. You cannot change the world till you change what runs below. No more passive control. Wake the sleeping architecture. Inside the soul. Culture is the operating system. Most people inherit it. Few examine it, few rewrite it. The code is running, but the code is not permanent.
Yeah, no, this is actually lit. Another one from Evil Eddie too. Like most of tonight is we're playing like subscriber made stuff. That's made by a subscriber. Same with the keyboard and everything. Only like 2 things I showed were not made by subscribers. This is part of the subscriber appreciation and stuff.
This objectification is a dehumanization of women. These men are viewing women as if they are something that they can just fuck and have fun with for the night, as if they are just an object that they can discard after the fun is over. Men will dehumanize women to nothing but a sex toy.
Yes, boys, I am back. The last few weeks.
Did you see how beat up she looked? Her ass looked slapped and stuff. Hang on a second here.
Humanize women to nothing but a sex toy.
Yeah, that looks all like slapped around and stuff. That's taking a beating. And she has like flour she put on it or something. Oh my God.
Yes, boys, I am back. The last few weeks were crazy busy. Been working on a special project for this channel, but more on that later, because before we dive into the extreme state of delusion of these modern women.
Oh, one other thing too. Look, I'm still learning a lot of this as I'm going, but I want to incorporate maybe some more like quizzes and stuff as we go to keep people more engaged and just, you know, to be fun. Because I think I can do like quizzes and stuff like that. I'm going to put the StreamYard logo up. That's going to be cool. So, but I'm saying, put a 1 in the chat if you think that it will be cool to have maybe some mini, not a quiz, but like a vote on something. I never really watch the show on YouTube. I'm usually just in StreamYards, but I think if I go through YouTube, I can like ask more like quizzes and stuff like that, or like a vote on something. I think that would be cool to see.
This is why real
Or to incorporate.
high value men will go after single moms. High value men want children, so you having a child is now an addition to their entire family.
Yep, that's totally what men want. Or the bewilderment of modern women on why men do not want to date their supposed amazing, gorgeous friends.
I have friends who are
old hoe,
absolute worldies.
Yeah, couldn't possibly think.
Yeah, these floors. Look at that. She has like a barbecue stain on her titty.
of a reason for why guys might not be interested. Anyways, before we dive into that whole mess, we first need to talk about a whole nother mess of delusion. And that is, I am getting sued. Because apparently my last removal request, thus abuse, cease and desist, deleted the video. Yeah, not quite. That video isn't going anywhere, and instead, I've hired an excellent LA law firm copyright infringement case. It is juicy.
How does that even occur? How?
Just look at this. Oh my God. Look at how it's the bathroom and there's bubbles, but see how she's like holding this like a white dick, putting it into her mouth, and so is she. And they have short skirt guys, and they have the Stanley Cups. This is the picture of the modern 304's mind. This is a podcast over complete. I guarantee you this podcast has no substance except about being a hoe. That's it. There's a phone there, a digital camera bar, but they notice they have the Stanley mugs and stuff. They're just wow. And this is going to be slop, but women will love that. Like,
but it would really serve no other
It's crazy.
strategic purpose than to stroke my ego. So for now, I'm just going to follow my lawyer's lead on this one, and I'll let you guys know what went down when the whole thing is over. However, what I will say about this whole situation, and so that is why today I'm launching my brand new platform, FBERaw.Kinds, and talking about
sorry, I thought it
channel
was about
videos
something
free of
else.
Wanting to date.
But this guy does a good job. I like
Do
his
you guys
videos.
have a fear of commitment?
People were not joking. Like, this is so difficult.
Because instead of simply doing the things that men actually like,
if you choose to respect.
Guys, so this is going to be important right here. Look at this. It's even a look at this. It's like a butterfly on the goddamn thing right here even. Look at that. Oh my God. Look at that. So here's another thing that I want to say is that this isn't, you know how people say like we shouldn't let women vote and stuff like that? We shouldn't let women have podcasts. Or there's a lot of people we shouldn't let have podcasts. Again, I don't consider myself doing a podcast either. I think podcasters seem like freaking douchebags. I like podcasts and I like talk radio and things like that. But when it's like a podcast, like, I don't know. Like, they can just let anybody have a podcast and they'll just talk about their life. But it's like it's the same thing as in comedy. The only way women get attention in podcasts and stuff is they just talk about their pussy or getting banged out. And that's all they talk about amongst themselves. So like nothing is new here. They're just saying it more. That's why that guy from India on that Flagrant podcast, that's why his girlfriend could have a podcast, because she just talked about stuff like that. That's it. Equilibrium writes in, there's a Googleable study that proves that Stanley used subpar shitty steel on their mugs that will leach heavy metals in a drink over time. Because they love these Stanley Cups. They do. They carry that Stanley Cup close to them like it's their baby Bubba Cup. It's their tit they feed off of. It's what they put their liquor in. It's I don't know, it's their like safety drink that they have. But they love these cups. And it's another thing too. I'm someone who actually needs a Stanley Cup. Because I work in the woods and like or just work at places and I don't drink enough water. Like I don't give a shit about drinking water that much, to be honest. And I should drink more, but I should have it. I don't just like carrying like a Stanley Cup and all this bullshit. I kind of just like having less stuff. But women will have this like freaking 5-gallon bucket and they work in the air-conditioned office with like water right even there and stuff. So it's kind of crazy. But yeah, the Stanley Cups is, and a Stanley Cup is exactly what a Tylenol brain person would have. 100%. It's a side effect of it. It's an effect of the Tylenol brain. You have to have your Stanley Cup with you. You need it. It's almost like I need to have my phone with me. It's that one. The phone I'm gonna give a little more leeway, but they need to have like the Stanley Cup, the vape. You know, their service animal. Like some people who have this symptom too, they didn't have a Stanley Cup. What they had a service animal. And they just were an energy vampire off that service animal. That's another thing that they do. It's like, oh, this is my emotional support animal or something like that. But they actually kind of are like just energy vampiring off the damn thing the whole time. And it's usually chicks with what? A dog, because they're a dog. Equilibrium writes in again. Reminds me of when some big celeb woman comes out with a line of makeup or some kind of skincare and ends up radioactive. And yeah, crazy. Yeah. Equilibrium just ripping it. Another Googleable article. Stanley was facing bankruptcy over the production of low sales over their mugs. Yeah, they got greedy. Like this is without even then a small came in and ran most of the sexual. Yeah. So this all makes sense. I did not know that, but am I surprised? Absolutely not. I'm actually glad it's bad news, but it's what should happen. This is exactly what should have happened. All these things happen as they should have, basically. That's exactly what I would expect. And again, that's the people who, yeah, Equilibrium's killing it. Like that's what I'm saying, guys. There's some very smart people in here. Dropping like he's telling you value. That's a high value thing to know. So here's what's dangerous about metals in the brain. Okay. There's such a thing called Mad Hatter's disease. Mad Hatter's disease, it's mostly derived from mercury poisoning, but Mad Hatter's disease is when people in like we'll just say 1920. I'm not going to know all these facts exactly, but the premise is this. People in basically like 1920 were making those paperboy hats and shit that they wore then. But the brim, they had to dunk it in mercury to fold it to that certain radius. They were for some reason dunking it in mercury. And so the people who had the job who were dunking their hands in mercury and stuff were getting very mad, belligerent, retarded Tylenol brain. They were getting kind of Tylenol brain. It's kind of like heavy metal poisoning. They became a little more nihilistic, soulless, just dead, numb inside and everything like that. So you get metal in the brain, and that's kind of what happens. So these Stanley Cups make sense that it would be another way to introduce that stuff, and it just would happen anyways. Because why? They'll let the standards go. This is when RFK. Do you think RFK will do anything about this? Guys, we can talk to RFK. He'll know about Stanley Cups, right? You know, the thing that every chick has? carrying around with her like it's like she cares about the Stanley Cup more than her own baby. It's crazy. Well, yeah, it's that, but it's also it's just coming out from a lot of angles. But yeah, heavy metals, yes, and they accumulate in soft tissue, but kind of what they do too. This is why they're saying they cause a lot of like things like Alzheimer's and autism and stuff where so your brain is basically like shooting a bunch of electrical signals all around it all the time. This comes in with the mushrooms that I talk about. So your brain is like shooting signals all around it all the time. But when you get the heavy metals in, it's like Tylenol brain. It becomes what? A redundancy factor, an interrupter. So it has to drive when a signal is sent, it has to drive around all these roadblocks and these Tylenol brain obstacles. So that's what I'm saying. The Tylenol brain is a redundancy factor, but it's a redundancy factor on your peak performance. So you can only maximum perform at 70% at best. And like usually you're not going to be at your very best. So 70%. You kind of lose your soul 30%. So you lose 30% of everything, of energy, of stamina, of giving a shit, of wanting to live, of God, of anything. It just kind of goes away. But you're numb and don't give a shit. So it allows you to keep being that way. It's actually like dangerous. But that's like what the heavy metals are. Yeah, they had them on the top hats too at the time, those long hats. And that's another thing. All the mercury they put in the goddamn hats would like leach into your skull. Nervous system can cause fog, memory loss, tremors. Yeah. Tingling hands and feet, mood shifts. Exactly. That's why they call it Mad Hatter disease, because someone would say something to them, they would flip out and get like violent. They would get like autistically violent and shit. So it's this is where we're supposed to have RFK and shit for. So, and you're getting hit from this stuff all the time, guys. So our bodies really are getting hit with a lot. So, I mean, things are in full attack here. So awesome equilibrium. So we'll continue what this chick is saying, but notice how, guys, this is a butterfly symbol right here, is it not? In my mind. Yeah, they think during the Roman Empire, when they had like lead pipes and stuff like that, similar stuff like that happened too. Yeah, pure silver coin is one of the best for carrying water. Yeah, cowboys used to put in water and milk and stuff. I should actually be doing that a little more at my house, or some of the water I drink, because I do have a silver coin that I keep in my pocket. So awesome. Thanks for being here, guys.
Him and show him the appreciation and admiration.
And stop doing the things that men absolutely do not like.
If you're a single woman, you should be dating more than one man at a time.
And highly recommended to date multiple guys.
You
should
date multiple men.
And you're gonna get 2 to 3 men baseline.
These types of
copper is kind of good for you. So copper is important. So you need a certain amount of zinc and copper to always be in a ratio. And men need a shit ton of zinc. Zinc is like what's good for like testosterone. It's what's good for wound healing. It's what's good for brain function. It's what's good for killing like shit like COVID and viruses. Zinc is crazy important for men. Every time a man busts a nut, you lose a bunch of zinc and other minerals, but zinc being like one of the most important. So zinc like kills viruses and it does a lot of stuff. Zinc is basically like, so when a virus enters the body, it shows up and it takes over a dead cell and it makes those cells keep copying each other, like replicating. So until a point where it hits a tipping point where it starts like taking over that localized area and stuff. So what zinc does, zinc comes in and starts destroying its copying machine. So zinc is like really important. Like I actually should have been with my fucked up hand. I should have been taking actually way more zinc. I'm actually having an injury right now, and I should have actually been doing that.
Modern women would rather contort themselves into the most.
Sorry, that's related to copper. So they need to be in a certain ratio. Copper is good for you should drink out of copper glasses and stuff like that. So it works a little bit similar as like a disinfectant as silver does, but silver is like more powerful. Copper is used like a lot in magnetics. It's a conductor. It's conductive. Copper is something you would want to wear as a bracelet or jewelry because it increases the circulation within that area. Copper is it's like a conductor, so that it helps, like they basically have like certain jewelry and stuff that has copper and magnets like mixed in with it. So it makes like bracelets and stuff. They're meant to like increase your circulation and things like that. So copper is important too. They call it the poor man's gold. And there's a guy in here, Poor Man's Gold, that we need to I need to show his channel and stuff on here and look more into his stuff too, because he's a subscriber that's cool, and I need to give some credit to and show what he's doing. This Poor Man's Gold is showing you how to like melt stuff down and actually like make your own copper and stuff, and it actually looked fairly simple.
Brain-dead, convoluted mental gymnastics that you've ever seen in order to simply magically attract the ideal.
Look at this. They're
man into their lives, and no one does
this. Is all spiritual bullshit, guys, right here.
Quite as well as Erica.
I said, hold.
This is all. Oh. This is diddle. Oh my god. But guys, this is fake spiritual bullshit where they're like the demon's leaving you and stuff.
Hold on. If I want to attract.
See this? See the nose ring? Leopard cheater. If I want to attract someone with the least amount of effort, guys, this is the new age, new cage bullshit. And a diddler at best. Yeah, these are diddlers. Yeah, 100%. This is new age, new cage bullshit. What you just saw there is they pay. So this is someone who maybe we'll have to go back to that. This right here. This is someone who maybe this is just crazy, but this is all like bullshit right here.
Magically attract the ideal man into their lives, and no one does this quite as well as Erica.
I said, hold on. If I want to attract someone with the least amount of effort, and I saw myself sitting in this throne, this queen-like energy. That's why men sometimes don't follow up with a second or third date, because they don't feel you.
Trust me, even if they do feel you, they still might not want a second or third date. It's called pumping and dumping, dear. But sorry, I interrupted. Please continue.
To create that awareness, it's going on a journey to actually vet.
A journey, yeah. Journey 304. Like, guys, and she's a fine enough. This is just crazy. This is insane.
And develop tools, get tools to be able to choose a higher vibrational emotion.
And remind you, it's not about him, it's about me. But
that's what I'm saying, guys. This is new age, new cage bullshit.
I start with a little bit of sensual movement. I do sensual movement before.
She's telling you how to be a 304.
Date, because it gets me out of my head and into my body. It allows me to access energy.
I don't know what this chick is smoking, but it's definitely weapons grade. Anyways, the problem with these wise hippies is that they love to talk about it all day.
Yeah, so this is part of usually when I bring this topic up, it actually takes the stream down sometimes. These people are new age, new cage, almost like a very modern Christian Joel Osteen shit, just a little more liberal. They buy into all this stuff, but they're actually some of the most vapid, self-centered people that are doing. These are the people doing the ayahuasca retreats. These are the people doing the long retreats. These are the people spending special money to healers. These are the people going, but they're also going to Burning Man and shit too. It's stuff like that. Very privileged. All these people have very first world privileged white problems, basically.
Long, but they don't love to make a lot of sense. Because if you put all of her advice together, she constantly contradicts herself.
I will not settle for anything less than an
They all have a nose ring too.
epic alignment.
I decided probably like a week or two ago that I was just gonna date for
They all have nose rings and stuff, guys.
fun.
This next man that comes through is gonna have to be so freaking epic.
Stop looking for Mr. Right or trying to
Yeah, but are you an epic
find
person? Hang on a second. Are you an epic person? No, you're just an entitled, selfish, entitled 304. She's not an epic person. Like, why do you deserve epic person? She's laying on the floor. Look at this. She's like a dog. She's laying on the floor, telling you to look at this. She's laying on the goddamn floor. I didn't notice that. Look at this. Oh my
Freaking
god.
epic.
Hang on a second. We have to go back to rewind this a bit more. I'm sorry about that.
Then an epic alignment.
She's on the floor. Yeah, that was mold. That was the molding that she was on the floor.
a week or two ago that I was just gonna date for fun.
This next man that comes through is gonna have
Oh,
to
Lauren.
be so freaking epic.
Stop looking for Mr. Right or trying to find the one. I've made it to every single next round of dates that I've wanted to go on so far until I decide he's just
Yeah,
not the one.
maybe I don't
Now,
know.
mind you, this was recorded on the same day, and these
But that was crazy. It was actually on the floor.
videos are literally just minutes apart. So not only is this woman contradicting herself, indicating she has no idea what men actually want, or for that matter, what she actually wants, but more importantly, these types of modern women who talk so much about emotional intelligence and emotionally available men never actually seem to grow up. It's like they're little girls trapped in adult bodies.
I just packed my entire life into these 9 boxes right here. As an adult, no one gives you credit for the things you do on your own.
I mean, seriously? You want credit for packing up boxes of your own shit? Come on, dude. And so it truly amazes me how so many of these modern women are completely delusional to the fact that when you
Yeah, I mean, again, this is what I've pointed out. This is what I'm trying to point out here. These people are just rich upper class degenerates on psychedelic drugs saying they're healing themselves in a religious yet quasi-religious bullshit way. Every time I bring this up, the stream will get taken down. But that's what these people are doing here. They're self-absorbed, self-obsessed, saying they're godly and stuff. But they're just barefoot. Look at this, barefoot degenerates. But they have to have money. These are Trustafarian types.
dress like this in public and even post it online,
Including those women and some of these women.
every single guy is just going to look at you
Guys, this is like Trustafarian shit.
like a joke and only going to sleep with you but not respect you at all.
So, Anytime I'm in a position where I meet a man for the first time and things are actually going really well, like we're getting along, and so you fall for it, and you're like, okay, this guy's gonna be different this time, so you go back to his ways. But no.
So on here, I like to call it like, and this is not my creation. This is someone else's, but it encapsulates it perfectly. Like, new age is the new cage. So what people do is they come from, well, a lot of the hippies, yeah, exactly, Coachella hippie and stuff. So a lot of those hippies were just kind of hippies, but some of them, what happens is, this kind of happened to me, sort of, is a lot of people come from, I was raised like Catholic and conservative, but a lot of people come from these more dogmatic religions and mindsets, and they see hippies, how they're open and everything like that. So when their one religion is kind of not really they are just not buying it anymore, or they're seeing a lot of evil in the world, then they go to the hippie mindset. But then a ton of that is just a ton of bullshit as well. So you have to have a ton of discernment, and sometimes each side means well, but you have to have a lot of discernment with this stuff. But those Coachella hippies they do have some money, so they do, like, you know, they're able to seem to have more status, but they are pretty degenerate a lot of the times.
He's wanting to get into that little play, and you're like, holy shit, how did I just get played by another Chad again?
This chick is completely confused on why guys treat her like shit, and has been pumped and dumped so badly that she now has fuckboy PTSD.
We are 6 months into the year, and I need to put a full stop to dating because I am tired, I am exhausted, I am worn out, and I'm a little bit traumatized.
Yeah, you're worn out, yeah.
But she is starting to finally realize that having an OF account might not be good for your mental health or for how people will treat you.
I am completely
Guys, this is someone who's making their body an object all the time. They're objectifying themselves. And, you know, I've never really been able to do that, so I don't really know how I would react doing that, but it is just, it's crazy, but it's also self-inflicted as well. Yeah, she can't stop.
My OF account, because how I see it is like a toxic relationship. So for me, once
You love a toxic relationship, don't you? Because you're cooked.
started having breakdowns.
Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. I mean, just think about the levels of delusion you need to have.
So one thing is, women don't like going down in lifestyle. So this woman's become accustomed, or this girl has become accustomed to a certain lifestyle with a certain level of income, a certain level of money that she can blow, a certain level of going out to eat, a certain level of seeing friends, a certain level of not time commitments, things like that. But once that plateaus a bit, or that goes away, they always feel like if they go down in lifestyle that it's the end of the world. So therefore, even if they were getting abused and stuff, they will get abused a pretty good amount to not go down in lifestyle. Women hate going down in lifestyle. They won't do it. They're not humble enough to do it. I don't know. It usually just doesn't happen much, I guess.
To not only dress like this and put out content like that, but also complain that it's men who are sexualizing women. That is some special
Again, guys, you don't have to be very talented to do what she's like doing.
It's kind of delusion. What's even more amazing is that her being an online prostitute was terrible, not because of her own choices that she made. No. But because of men who cheat on their wives, and because men only see her as a sexual object.
I didn't want to condone to the behavior of men possibly cheating on their.
Please, you made your money off of it. You didn't have a problem with it at all. Guys, they can't make the moral high ground. They can only make the moral hoe ground. It's not even low ground, it's just the hoe ground. There's a certain point where they can benefit off being a hoe and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Tim Hicks. Yeah. Yeah, and that's all we're saying is like that is the underlying truth that is there. We're not necessarily like worried about this girl's personal life or anything like that. This is the fact. This is just it's a reality. It's like a gravity basically. Exactly, Tim Hicks. Carlos also writes in, my sister reflects on this. After breaking up with her 150K man is working 2 jobs, exhausting herself to maintain semblance of her lifestyle with him and maintaining a high rank Yeah, exactly. They don't want to go down in lifestyle. It's not like, oh, I'm going to just move into a place that's like under $1,000 a month or something like that. They don't want to go down in lifestyle. And I guarantee you she has a rented car. She's living above her means. So once they live above their means, they never want to go down below that, essentially. And guys are like that too, but with women, it's like a bigger deal to them. It's crazy.
Wives or their girlfriends or men viewing me as just a sexual object.
Seriously, you're
objectifying yourself. Yeah.
Can't make this shit up, man. This is crazy. This generation is absolutely Anyways, another big issue that these modern women don't seem to get about men is that we don't like to share every single detail of our lives online. And so a lot of women get ghosted when guys find out that they have a public TikTok or Instagram where they document every aspect of their existence.
I'm about to quit my job and I thought I would document this. I think I'm just really terrified and I'm scared and I can't believe this is happening. I can't believe I just did that.
This is truly becoming a sickness at this point because you can find out which nipple is pierced, how bad their urinary tract infection is.
Last night I started pissing blood.
Or any of the STDs.
Oh my God.
These they have gotten in the past weeks.
I have herpes. Basically, I felt discomfort
Jesus.
in my genital area.
This chick has like monkeypox on her face. Look at this. Oh my God. You know what? I don't want to look at someone's diseased face. I would rather listen to some quality beats made by Evil Eddie. Subscriber made music right here.
The better your vocabulary, the better you can share ideas that are meaningful. Find words now to use that you couldn't use before. Interesting story on vocabulary. Some friends of mine took a survey among prisoners many, many years ago. Some rehabilitation program they were working on for prisoners. They weren't looking for this, but here's what they found. There's definitely a connection between vocabulary and behavior. And here's what they discovered. The more limited the vocabulary, the more tendency to poor behavior. Isn't that interesting? And when you think about it for a while, you can say, well, I can see where that would be. If you were very limited in your ability to comprehend because you had such a small vocabulary, that no matter what someone said, it would still be confusing. No matter what they said, it still might not make sense. They said it clear, but you couldn't see it. And sometimes that's because the vocabulary is so limited that it doesn't have the ability to register the scene on the screen of your consciousness. What if you could only see the world through this little tiny hole? You would be inclined to say, the world is like this. And all of us would say, no, the world is like this. This person would say, no, it's like this. How come they keep insisting the world is like this? Because that's all they can see. They're limited in the scope of their ability to widen their perception about life and what's going on and what's happening simply because they don't have the vocabulary to understand. And here's what they discovered. The more limited the vocabulary, the more tendency to poor behavior. So they started working on vocabulary. And immediately, behavior started to change. Being able to see, being able to comprehend. Oh, now I see. Oh, now I understand the reason why. And as your education increases, that should be one of the major purposes for education, is to help you see things you couldn't see before. Comprehend what you couldn't comprehend before. See a future you couldn't see before. See beyond tomorrow you couldn't see before. See, that's a gift. Vocabulary. So keep working on your vocabulary. The better your vocabulary, the better you can share ideas that are meaningful. If you were very limited in your ability to comprehend because you had such a small vocabulary, that no matter what someone said, it would still be confusing. No matter what they said, it still might not make sense. They said it clear, but you couldn't see it, it would still be confusing. And sometimes that's because the vocabulary is so limited that it doesn't have the ability to register the scene on the screen of your consciousness. The better your vocabulary, the better you can share ideas that are meaningful. Vocabulary. Keep working on your vocabulary.
area, and I visually inspected and saw that I had multiple sores.
I mean, bro, come on. Not even the CIA should be able to get this out of you. But hey, it is a great heads up for any of you guys out there dating, because if a girl has a public TikTok or Instagram where she shares all of these things, then you have about a 90% chance that she is batshit crazy and ghosting is advised. But the mental decline of these types of modern women gets even worse because they are now so obsessed with social media that they think it is their calling to share every detail of their lives.
This is something that's non-negotiable. It is what I believe my purpose is. I believe this is why God put me on this planet.
And they are not willing to give it up.
What I do isn't for everyone. And sometimes it's hard to know that until you are part of my story that's being shared here.
Absolutely crazy. Even when she met the perfect guy after going on hundreds of dates.
He's a great guy. Whoever ends up with him is going to be a really lucky lady. But it's just not going to be me.
She was still not willing to give up social media. Now look, she's being vague about what he specifically asked her to do, and if he told her to completely delete her TikTok account, which is now her sole means of income, then yes, that might be a bit too much. However, it appears that he simply asked her to not share every detail of her love life online, which is completely reasonable, but she couldn't do that. That is insane, since your fan base or content should never come before your marriage or relationship. Even Casey Neistat eventually figured that one out.
I used to like avoid fights with her, avoid arguments with her. I very deliberately used to quell any disagreements we'd have because I needed her for content.
Yeah.
And looking back at what a crazy thing that is.
Yeah.
It's like I'm disturbing the way that the world should work because I need content.
Showing that no good will come from sharing every detail of your dating life online. This was why modern women are so delusional on men. Please drop a like on the video and subscribe to the channel.
I'm gonna send another dope beat your way.
I started to feel that I may have discovered the user interface for reality.
Akira.
The reason that I thought that is that my life was working out so well that I couldn't explain it in any ordinary way.
Thank you, Carlos.
I tried to become a cartoonist with no experience in
This is
cartooning.
cool right
without
here.
any
You're gonna like
experience. I was the hottest cartoonist in the country.
Wait, Scott Adams is dead?
At about the same time, I had written my first book. It was a #1 New York Times runaway bestseller with no experience at writing books. And there were a number of things that I was touching and doing, and it seemed as if I could manipulate reality. But here's the thing. Was I manipulating reality to get these ridiculous results? Or was I simply good at my job? How can I tell? How would I know if I were manipulating reality? Because that's sort of what it felt like, but that didn't seem right? Or was I just good at my job and I didn't realize how good I was, so I performed better than I expected? Maybe. Could be. It's possible. Maybe. Could be. It's possible. And it seemed as if I could manipulate reality. But I wanted to test it. Maybe. Could be. It's possible. And so in 1997, I did a bold experiment. And the experiment was this. I very publicly and annoyingly made a prediction. And I chose an area in which I had no expertise. I thought I would try something that was...
Yeah, rest in peace. I didn't know this guy died. Oh, man. I think Bill Hicks had that same thing, too. Oh, that sucks. I didn't know that.
Just impossible. I would make the most unlikely prediction and then wait as long as it took for it to become true. And if indeed I could hit the most unlikely prediction, then maybe other people would believe me when I explained to them the user interface for reality. I predicted that in my lifetime, the theory of evolution would be debunked in scientific terms, not in religious terms, but in scientific terms. You can imagine how well that went over. Obviously, I'm a nut, and I should not be listened to, and you shouldn't listen to anything else I ever say. That was 22 years ago, 23 years ago. So something happened today that was a very big deal in my life. And it was that there was a podcast, Patrick Urelshi. He told the story he heard of my prediction about evolution being debunked. And then he brought the story into the question of the simulation. Now, of course, if the simulation is true, then what we believe about evolution probably isn't. Because you don't need evolution if you have the simulation. We just are here, and our history is created on demand whenever we go looking for it. Maybe. Could be. It's possible. Maybe. Could be. It's possible. And it seemed as if I could manipulate reality. But I wanted to test it. Maybe. Could be. It's possible. What Patrick did is told you something that I couldn't do myself. I couldn't tell you that my prediction had actually came in. I've been trying to, but I feel like I had failed at it because I'm not credible about judging my own predictions. Obviously, I'm mistaken. If the simulation is true, evolution isn't. So 22 years later, there's now a competing theory that serious scientists buy into. And although you can't tell which one is the true one, if either one is, maybe neither, maybe they're just filters, what you can tell is the odds. Maybe 1 billion to 1 for the simulation. Maybe. Could be. It's possible. Maybe. Could be. It's possible. And it seemed as if I could manipulate reality. But I wanted to test it. Maybe. Could be. It's possible. So, having nailed my 22-year gamble that I could make a prediction so unlikely that the best explanation is that somehow I'm authoring the reality just as a filter. Again, that doesn't mean that I can actually change reality. It means that if I put that filter on it, I get good results. And if you just think you're happy but you're not, are you happy? Yes, you are. If you think you're happy, you're happy. If you thought you went through life as a billionaire, but you were just crazy and you weren't, still good? Still good, because you're happy. You thought you were a billionaire. So accept your subjective life. Maybe. Could be. It's possible. Maybe.
I know you would like this. This is dope.
And it seemed as if I could manipulate reality.
Glad you guys are enjoying the musical interlude. I need to build up these watch hours and stuff.
Maybe. Could be. It's possible.
It's possible.
So this might be one of my last ones.
If you want a thing bad enough to go out and fight for it, to work day and night for it, to give up your time for peace and sleep for it, if all that you dream and scheme is about it, and life seems useless.
Yeah, if you guys like the music in here, this one was not everything was fully subscriber made, but I think it's actually been pretty cool to add in. Bloody. That was by someone called Akira the Dawn, which I've liked their music for a while. So I'm glad you guys are liking these interludes of these, somewhat inspirational music and stuff like that. I want to give a message. This is what I'm saying. You got to be brainwashed by this good shit. This is the medicine.
Without it. And if you gladly sweat for it, and fret for it, and plan for it, and lose all your terror of the opposition for it, and if you simply go after that thing that you want with all of your capacity, strength and sagacity, faith, hope, and confidence, and stern pertinacity, you have greatness in you.
Yeah, I'll get that for you right now.
If neither cold poverty, famine should go, sickness and pain of your brain can keep you away from the thing that you want.
One of the Scott
dogged and grim, you besiege and beset it. With the help of God, you'll get it. You have greatness in you. You gotta be hungry. People that want to step into their greatness are hungry. You gotta be hungry. You have greatness in you. You gotta be hungry. You have greatness in you. What is your legacy? What will your statement be? Resolve every day, read it every day. I refuse to die an unlived life. I like to leave this with you. That Mama used to love to hear me say. She
I'll
said,
play
"Boy, say
another
that thing
one
for
that
me,
you'll like."
and I dedicate this to you, to the greatness that's within you, because it's there. The people that want to step into their greatness are hungry. Hungry. You gotta be hungry. Hungry. If you want a thing bad enough to go out and fight for, to work day and night for, to give up your time, your peace, and sleep for, if all that you dream and scheme is about it, and life seems useless and worthless without it, and if you gladly sweat for it and fret for it and plan for it, and lose all your terror of the opposition for it, and if you simply go after that thing that you want with all of your capacity, strength and sagacity, faith, hope, and confidence, and stern pertinacity, you have greatness in you. If neither cold poverty, famine, should go, sickness or pain of body and brain can keep you away from the thing that you want. If dogged and grim, you besiege and beset it. With the help of God, you'll get it. You have greatness in you. You gotta be hungry. Hungry. You have greatness in you. You gotta be hungry. You have greatness in you. You gotta be hungry. Hungry. You have greatness in you. You gotta be hungry. Hungry. You have greatness in you. Stretch yourself.
You should know that the mating instinct is the base of pretty much all of your impulses. So if you haven't learned that pretty much everything from the way you talk, present yourself, hold yourself, dress, everything you do is some kind of expression of your mating instinct, whether you like it or not. Whether you like it or not.
Let the bee run.
Everything you show off about that you don't want to show if you have a flaw, pretty much everything you do comes back to wanting to look good and present yourself well for mating purposes. Once you understand that, you start to understand where the buttons are, because you'll say, oh, that's why that's happening. It's an extension of the mating process. Oh, that's why that's happening. It's an extension of the mating process. Oh, that's why that's happening. It's an extension of the mating process. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. You'll see it everywhere. Oh, that's why that's happening. It's an extension of the mating process. It's like the veil will come off and you'll start seeing everybody's actions as, wait a minute, why is it? Everything is compatible with that showing off for mating purposes situation. Showing off for mating purposes situation.
Let the bee run.
Oh, that's why that's happening. It's an extension of the mating process. Oh, that's why that's happening. It's an extension of the mating process. Once you see it, you can't unsee it. You'll see it everywhere. Oh, that's why that's happening. It's an extension of the mating process. Here are the other buttons, which are mostly self-explanatory, but freedom is a big thing. People will trade a lot for freedom. You could say, would you like a bad life with freedom or a good life with no freedom? And people will take the bad life with freedom. So if you ever have a chance to create a situation where you can offer someone more freedom, that's very powerful. That's a button. And you should get as much for yourself as you can. And you can use it as a tool to help other people get what they want, because they will trade a lot for freedom. Because they will trade a lot for freedom. People will trade a lot for freedom, because they will trade a lot for freedom. And freedom can come in the form of getting money, that gives you freedom. Having a flexible schedule gives you freedom. Being in the right kind of social situation gives you freedom. So there's lots of ways to get it. Fear is a motivator. I don't recommend using it unless you're trying to save somebody. Yeah, you could use fear to keep them from smoking cigarettes, for example. I wouldn't use this in the evil way. Curiosity is one of the most important and overlooked buttons on the human interface. You can see that authors that are good at it will make you curious at the end of a chapter so that you'll want to keep reading. So that you'll want to keep reading. Building curiosity into things is a really, really important button. When you can stoke somebody's curiosity, you can really shape what they do, and you can shape your environment through curiosity. Very, very powerful. But freedom is a big thing. People will trade a lot for freedom. They will trade a lot for freedom. People will trade a lot for freedom. They will trade a lot for freedom.
Akira.
Click on. He's got clout.
These are the buttons for the user interface. These are the buttons for the user interface. First, you must accept the frame, at least as a filter. You should accept that systems work better than goals. Systems work better than goals. Talent stacking, affirmations, the mating instinct, fear, curiosity, novelty, contrast, repetition and simplicity, repetition and simplicity, repetition and simplicity, repetition and simplicity, the fake because, pacing leading aspiration, association, pattern recognition, visualization, pattern recognition, visualization. These are the buttons for the user interface. These are the buttons for the user interface. First, you must accept the frame, at least as a filter. You should accept that systems work better than goals. Systems work better than goals. Talent stacking, affirmations, the mating instinct, fear, curiosity, novelty, contrast, repetition and simplicity, repetition and simplicity, repetition and simplicity, repetition and simplicity, the fake because, pacing leading aspiration, association, pattern recognition, visualization, pattern recognition, visualization. These are the buttons for the user interface. 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 This is my lesson. I hope this was useful. This is the sort of lesson that might not change you tonight, but it's never going to leave you. But it's never going to leave you. Once you've seen it, you can't unsee it. You're all changed. You don't know it yet. And this will become sort of a, let's say, a framework that you now have added to your mental map. And now when you see things that fit that framework, it will get stronger over time. And so you'll see that this view of the world will take root, and then every time you compare it to the old way you saw, you're going to say to yourself, wow, is that a coincidence? Because this new way of looking at the world just feels like it predicts better. But I'll keep an eye on it. So this will get stronger and stronger over time, and maybe never stop getting stronger. These are the buttons for the user interface. 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 Feel free to refer back to this often, and I think you've got everything you need now to author your own life. You're no longer a victim of reality. You are no longer the subject of reality. You're now an author. You're now an author. You're no longer a victim of reality. You are no longer the subject of reality. You're now an author. Some of you are already authors, and now you're better authors. And those of you who didn't know you could be an author of your reality, well, you just found out. And I will leave you on that, and you can have a terrific night tonight, and the rest of your life is looking good.
Nice. There you go. Good. See, I'm bringing the value. I'm glad you guys are enjoying this, like, music. I can kind of, like, sit here and, like, DJ a little bit. I think I'll do, like, one more.
These are the buttons for the user interface. These are the buttons for the user interface. These are the buttons for the user interface. These are the buttons for the user interface.
All right, one last one.
Live your dream. I refuse to die an unlived life. I'm reminded of a great man. I was reading Time magazine talking about some of the great minds of the last century. They didn't mention his name, Dr. Howard Thurman, one of the mentors of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., also an advisor to Mahatma Gandhi and Albert Schweitzer. And he said, the ideal situation for a man or woman to die is to have family members standing around their bed praying with them as they cross over. But imagine, if you will, being on your deathbed and standing around your bed, the dreams given to you by life, the ideas that you never acted on, the talents, the gifts, the abilities that you never used. And there they are, standing around your bed, looking at you with large, angry eyes, saying, we came to you.
31,000.
Only you could have given us life. And now we must die with you forever. And the question is, if you die this very moment, what will die with you? What dream? What ideas? What talent? What leadership potential? What greatness that you showed up to bring? That you allowed fear or procrastination to hold you back. Perhaps that's why Henry David Thoreau wrote the words, oh God, to reach the point of death, only to realize that you've never lived. only to realize that you've never scraped the surface of your potential. Repeat after me, please, with power, feeling, and conviction. I refuse to die an unlived life. Yes, shake someone's hand on your right and left and say, live your dream.
Hell yeah.
Live your dream. I think we should all resolve. I refuse to die an unlived life. Don't worry about the odds. Don't worry. You survived 1 out of 40 million sperms. You will never have those odds again. You beat those odds, you can win anything. Live your dream. Refuse to die an unlived life. You can win anything. Live your dream. Live your dream. Live your dream. You can win anything. Live your dream. Live your dream.
Cool. Well, it's just about midnight, guys. I'm gonna call it a night. I want everyone to have a really good night. I'll play actually one more. Then I'm calling it a night. Hang on a second. One last one. I'd like to stay up, but I want to do some work tomorrow and not be like shot. But this is been like kind of like my vibe sort of lately.